5 o'clock on the dot this Monday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got a pop-up shower possible this afternoon. More widespread rain later in the week. And later this morning in downtown Nashville, part of 2nd Avenue will reopen 4 years after the Christmas Day bombing. Businesses have stayed open and rebuilt since then, but there haven't been any cars going in and out of the area until this morning at 10:30 when it reopens. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. History being made in Mexico.
Desde aquí te decimos, presidente, gracias.
Claudia Sheinbaum, the projected next president of Mexico. She'll be the nation's first woman to hold that office. Matt Gutman reports it comes in the shadow of cartel violence during voting.
You've seen more than 230 people killed as a result of election-related violence. The reality of 2024 in Mexico is that if you are involved in politics, you are certainly putting your life on the line. And I should say where this violence is taking place. It is largely taking place at the municipal level, not at the state level. And the reason why it's happening at the municipal level is because that is the first level of government that organized crime needs to control in order to operate with impunity.
Claudia Sheinbaum was the former mayor of Mexico City and guided the city through the pandemic. Speaking of which, here in this country, former government health official Dr. Anthony Fauci expected to face questions on Capitol Hill today about COVID social distancing, masking, and remote schooling, and whether guidance on those issues approved by the CDC director was based on science. Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
The major indexes ended another losing week. Trading will resume after their 6th positive month out of 7. What could affect stock prices this week include reports on construction, manufacturing, and auto sales on Monday, factory orders and job postings Tuesday, and major reports on jobs. Wednesday, the firm ADP issues its data on private sector only employment. We also get info on consumer credit. Thursday comes the weekly first-time claims for unemployment insurance from the Labor Department. That ahead of the department's monthly job creation and unemployment rate surveys on Friday, plus government data on hourly wages. The Romance Writers of America has filed for bankruptcy protection. This after several years of infighting and allegations of racism that fractured the organization, causing about 80% of its members to drop out. It has 2,000 members remaining. The group represents and promotes writers in fiction's top-selling genre.
All right, that is Chuck Severson, not Daria Albinger. All right, let's check pre-market conditions there over at the Wall Street before the opening bell this morning. Right now, Dow futures are down 32. S&P up 11, NASDAQ up 77. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on into your Monday, June 3rd. Yes, indeed. You heard Ken reported. Welcome back, Ken Weaver, by the way. Always great to have you back after gone for a week on vacation. Well-deserved, by the way, but always, again, great to have Ken back. So Dr. Anthony Fauci is going to testify today. You know, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about the ramifications of Fauci and his testimony. And a lot of people are saying he's already perjured himself, by the way, in the past. And so the question is going to be asked, all right, so Fauci's going to testify. There's going to be a lot of fireworks. They're talking about the origins of COVID, gain of function research. People want to see Dr. Anthony Fauci jailed. Everybody knows that he lied. The question is going to be asked, what is going to come of this? I mean, tomorrow, maybe even today during the afternoon show with Brian Wilson, but there's going to be great audio. You know, people going after Dr. Anthony Fauci. You lied about the gain of function research. You lied about funding it. You lied about the origins of COVID. You lied about the ramifications of the lockdowns. You lied about all of these things. Dr. Anthony Fauci, his ass ought to be in jail. You think anything's going to come of all of this? I guarantee you the audio is going to be great. And I could just play audio all day long tomorrow morning. Brian could play it this afternoon as well. But the big question is, to what end? I mean, when you look at everything that's been going on in the last couple of years, when it comes to the federal government, the Biden administration, of course, Fauci, by and large, a lot of this was taking place during the Trump administration. But when you look at the apparatus of the federal government, the lies, the deceit, more recently going after Donald Trump, 34 counts, guilty on all of those counts. When the most brilliant legal minds in America all believe and understand that that is bogus as well. There is no end to the lying and the deceit of our government. And it certainly didn't start with Dr. Anthony Fauci, and it is certainly not going to end with what is going on in New York with the hush money case. And who knows what's going to happen to former President Donald Trump. Got news on that today. I think part of the anger and part of the frustration of the American people, of you and of me, is that we see all of these hearings, all of this testimony, but nothing ever happens to the people who do it. And so as I sit here today and I'm thinking about, okay, well, what am I going to cover today? Certainly, Dr. Anthony Fauci and his testimony is going to be a very big deal. Well, yeah, it is going to be a very big deal. But you know what? Ultimately, the question is going to be asked, to what end? What are you going to do? You're going to throw him in jail? What's going to change? Anything going to change out of Washington, D.C.? No. I don't believe anything's going to change. Do you? Anybody going to be held accountable? No. Then why do I bother to cover this stuff? Now, so far, the same committee has had others from Dr. Anthony Fauci's inner circle, and they've been talking about emails and the cover-up and how everybody thought when COVID first came about that, oh, my God, the gain of function research has escaped the Wuhan lab. Fauci's inner circle actually said that. And then Fauci, of course, knowing that he was funding the gain of function research through EcoHealth and these grants, realized immediately that he needed to lock down his own staff. He had to change everybody's mind one way or another and make sure that everybody was on the same page. No, this wasn't gain of function because we don't do that and we don't pay for that. This came from the wet market outside of the lab. Yeah, that's the ticket. That's what happened. And that was lie number one, out of many lies that were told during COVID. Rand Paul was on with Maria Bartiromo over the weekend, and he was asked about a lot of this stuff. And part of that conversation was about Fauci's previous testimony, where he did lie about the funding for COVID and its origins.
You know, our investigation has confirmed that he did indeed lie. He committed a felony. He said that they did not fund, that the NIH did not fund gain-of-function, dangerous research in China. We now know that to be untrue. We know he committed a felony. But what we've discovered now is that there was a massive cover-up from the very beginning. There was a behind-the-scenes effort to change the opinion of people. Many of the Fauci colleagues all believed that the virus did come from the lab. Their opinions were all changed, but then all evidence was then covered up.
Right. So all the emails were purged. They were erased. I mean, good Lord knows what they did. But remember, they came out and they said, yes, it came from the wet market. Then the whole bat soup thing, that was the joke. And they knew that they had to distract from the lab. So they, and I'm air quoting this, they changed everyone's mind. But here's the deal. They really didn't change everyone's mind. What they did was, from the bully pulpit, they basically threatened and cajoled everybody to get on the same page, whether they believed it or not.
They began using burner phones. They began using couriers. They said, we can't do things electronically. I can take things by hand to his house. It sounds more like the CIA than the NIH, but it's unbelievable the amount of things that went on. They say, oh, we're safe now. I've deleted all those emails. I think we're safe now. What in the world would they actually mean by we think we're safe now?
So not only did they lie about the COVID and its origins, but there is also, as you know, this massive cover-up. And anybody who had a dissenting opinion other than Fauci, they attempted to destroy their career. Their credibility was ruined. They went after all of these doctors who, previous to this, and biologists and all of these folks that had stellar reputations, and they destroyed them if they opposed what the great Dr. Anthony Fauci said. I know you've heard me talk about this a bazillion times. The Great Barrington Declaration came out famously saying these lockdowns of these children, this is the exact wrong thing to do. This is the exact wrong way to handle this. And those doctors were harassed. Fauci's goons and Fauci himself tried to discredit these doctors. And as we all now know, those doctors were absolutely right.
So there was a massive cover-up, and there's so many people that need to be interviewed. In addition to Fauci, we have David Morenz, who worked for him for 20 years. We have the FOIA lady, the woman at the IT woman at NIH, who was explaining to them how to avoid FOIA and how to break the law. She needs to be deposed. There's all kinds of stones that could be unturned, but ultimately the buck stops with Anthony Fauci. He was in charge of the place, and he has the responsibility not only for the cover-up, but also responsibility for letting dangerous research go on that led to a pandemic, in all likelihood led to a pandemic that killed millions of people.
All right, so now the big question is, should there be a prosecution of Dr. Anthony Fauci, at the very least for lying under oath? I mean, you could probably get him on all kinds of charges, but that question was posed to Rand Paul by Maria Bartiromo. Should Dr. Anthony Fauci be prosecuted? His answer is coming up next. It is 5:15 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you, Jack. As far as your weather goes, very isolated thunderstorms today. Most of the day off and on. Temperatures mid to upper 80s, mix of clouds and sun. Showers and storms coming Tuesday and Wednesday. Right now, 63 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Talking about Dr. Anthony Fauci. He is going to be testifying today in front of, I guess it's a House subcommittee of something or another. And they're looking into the origins of COVID, Ultimately, I assume they'll look into the cover-up. And did they do everything correctly? The mask mandates and the lockdowns, was it all based on science, or was it based on, quite frankly, a cover-up? Now, most of what we know about the masks, what we originally were told, turned out not to be true. The, what was it? The distancing, 6 feet apart. Most people, or at least many people, have said that even that wasn't based on science. So there's a lot of questions that, these lawmakers in the House, they have a lot of questions for Dr. Anthony Fauci. We could also talk about, the social media companies, the mainstream media, how they participated in the cover-ups as well, when it was said that it was racist and conspiracy theories to say that COVID started in China in the lab. That's another way that they tried to control the narrative. And we all knew almost instantly that the COVID lockdowns would cause major issues with the kids. And we're seeing that continue to play out even today. But it wasn't only just about the kids. It was about the locking down of our economy. You had lives that were ruined. You had careers that were ruined. You had the healthy were locked down when the healthy didn't need to be locked down. I mean, I could go on and on. How many times were we told that if you got the vaccine that you wouldn't get COVID? That also turned out to be a lie. I mean, we could go on and on and on with this. But again, the beginning of this monologue, the question that I asked, how much do I cover this whole nonsensical hearing in Washington, D.C., because nothing will come of it? So what's the point? It's a dog and pony show. I mean, we've seen the fireworks between Anthony Fauci and Rand Paul before. Now, Rand Paul, the senator, is not going to be grilling Anthony Fauci. This is coming out of the House. But the bottom line is we've seen all of this before. Now, there's some new information about the cover-ups and there's more investigation, but ultimately the question has got to be asked. To what end? Now, we'll perhaps learn how not to deal with this next time, but that is assuming that actual mistakes were made. And I don't know if actual mistakes were made as opposed to a cover-up. There is a difference between making mistakes and actually covering up crimes. A mistake is, we screwed up. But the cover-up is, we screwed up. We know we screwed up. We're not going to admit that we screwed up. As a matter of fact, what we're going to do is we're going to cover it up, and anyone who comes close to the truth, we're going to destroy. That's what they did. And so now the question is, should Dr. Anthony Fauci be prosecuted? That question was asked of Senator Rand Paul.
Do you believe if President Trump were to win, should there be a prosecution of Dr. Anthony Fauci?
What I'm asking President Trump, and what I hope he will offer, is access to all of the records. Right now, the NIH is withholding records. They're withholding records more so than the CIA or the FBI. They have completely withheld all records of the decision-making process on whether or not this research was dangerous or gain of function. So I hope Trump will open the books. I hope Trump will say, you can look at everything, and that my committee will be allowed to investigate this thoroughly, because we've been hampered by the Biden administration. I think if he does that, he'll go a long way towards getting some voters who are still skeptical about the lockdowns and about the Trump administration's reaction to the virus, who want to see more strength and more opposition to the deep state within the public health administration.
And here's part of that. So you'll notice, by the way, that Fauci would not say, I should say Rand Paul would not say that Fauci needed to be prosecuted. Didn't say that. He's already mentioned that Fauci has lied under oath and he's committed perjury. He's already said that. And so now the question is, all right, well, then if he did that, then shouldn't Fauci be prosecuted? Because we know that other people like Donald Trump have been prosecuted. So why not Dr. Anthony Fauci? I mean, inquiring minds want to know. And so now when something, and we've talked about this before, perhaps ad nauseum, but it's been a minute. So now that the American people, and you just heard Rand Paul say on Maria Bartiromo's show, now that the American people have been through COVID, we've been through the lies, we've been through the cover-up, we've been through the lockdowns, we've been through all of the impact, the negative impacts of the lockdowns. We've been through the threats regarding the vaccinations. We've been through all of that. So the next time something like this happens, what are the American people going to do? They're going to blow it off. You know why? Because we've been lied to by the government time and time and time again. And we know that coming out of Washington, D.C., literally everything is politicized. Everything. So whether we're talking about the origins of COVID, how the Wuhan lab in China had the funding from the NIH to do that gain of function research, to the lying about it, to the calling people like, me and a lot of you folks racist for questioning the origins of COVID, calling out the World Health Organization for not really sticking to a thorough investigation of what the heck happened, because the World Health Organization is run and controlled by China. I could go on and on and on. So you'll excuse me for being just a wee bit cynical about the big news today that Dr. Anthony Fauci is going to be testifying in front of, by and large, a lot of very skeptical Republicans. And so then the question is, so they're really going to put the screws to Fauci. Are they really going to put the screws to Fauci? Or are they going to go for their sound bites and they're going to do whatever they can to get those sound bites played on the news and so on and so forth, and then Fauci walks away still a free man? Meantime, Donald Trump, who knows what's going to happen during his sentencing on July 11th. Some people are saying that the former president could actually be spending a year in jail. I've got all of that and a whole lot more straight ahead. 5:23 on Nashville's Morning News. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Big celebrations in Mexico, where history has been made in a presidential election. Hear from a shopper in Nashville who tried to stop a group of robbers. Another attack on someone at a Nashville bus station. And hear from one of the few surviving World War II veterans headed back to the beaches of Normandy to mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
529 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. What a great weekend I had. Saturday, of course, was the big open house out at the Glock store. Had a lot of fun. And I got to tell you, myself, Matt Murphy, Chris Hand, got to meet a lot of listeners, and I love doing that. And it was a great time. You go to the Glock store, by the way. A lot of the people that were there heard about the Glock store from WTN, bought guns from the Glock store, of course, went through the training as I did. And I didn't hear one person say a negative thing about their training or their experience at the Glock store. And that's one of many reasons why I chose the Glock store to buy my first gun. Because those folks, not only do they have a wide variety of guns, but also they've got great prices, any budget. They're probably going to be able to help you out. Also, they've got the great training as well. So if you're looking for a firearm, if you're looking to learn how to use it, if you're just looking to get better at shooting it, safer and just a better shot, the Glock store in Nashville is the place you want to go for firearms purchases and training as well. This is a place that I like and that I think that you really ought to try if you want to check them out. This is a company that is great to work with. You can find them online. It is Glockstore.com. That is Glockstore.com. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. The Glock Store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and there could be a pop-up shower or two somewhere in Middle Tennessee today. More widespread rain, that is, later in the week. And then later this morning in downtown Nashville, part of 2nd Avenue will reopen. It's been 4 years since the Christmas Day bombing damaged businesses there. And today it's going to reopen to traffic. Businesses have stayed open and rebuilt, but there haven't been any cars going in and out in 4 years. And that'll reopen today at 10:30. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And right now in Mexico, celebrations into the night in Mexico City, where Claudia Sheinbaum is projected to be the first woman elected president in Mexico. Here in Nashville, a video shows shoppers tried to stop a group of robbers at Tanger Outlets on Saturday. Channel 4 interviewed one of the shoppers who says 4 people wearing masks and hoodies at Perfume Mania, I should say, or smashing into a cash register, then breaking glass, stealing cologne and perfume, so he stepped in.
I've never seen it happen before, so I was a little in shock. I just doing what I thought I should do. And they've said this happened a lot in that area, and like specifically that mall. The other people just seemed really upset about it because they were living in the area. That's upset that it happens so often.
Yeah, the thieves got away before police arrived. More crime reported at a Nashville bus station. Channel 4 says a man was arrested yesterday for allegedly following a woman, then touching her legs and exposing himself at the WeGo bus station on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. 39-year-old Kenneth Bell arrested and charged. And in 3 days, we mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day, the day in 1944 when Allied forces stormed Normandy, France to liberate Europe during World War II. 101-year-old Jake Larson, is on one of the special flights for veterans headed there for the annual ceremony.
Of all the people I was in the service with, I am the only one still alive.
Yeah, the armed forces included about 16.5 million men and women in all. Today, according to the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, less than 1% of them are still alive. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 5:34 at Nashville's Morning News. You know, I am in the middle of my great backyard makeover, and I know the value of updating and upgrading your backyard firsthand. Now, my friends at Moon Valley Nurseries, they can help you if you've been thinking about doing the same thing that I've been doing. Now, what I'd like you to do is think about what you would want in your perfect backyard. Then I want you to check them out online at moonvalleynurseries.com/get growing. Now, you can actually add a ton of livable space to your home when you do this, not to mention increase the value of your home. Now, if you're not quite sure what you need to do, but you know that you need to do something, you can get a free design consultation from my friends at Moon Valley Nurseries. They can help you prepare for any backyard event, big or small. They can help you by creating the perfect setting for anything. It can be a wedding, it can be a kid's birthday party, or anything in between. Please tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Find them online, get all kinds of incredible ideas. MoonValleyNurseries.com/get growing. MoonValleyNurseries.com/get growing. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionality, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. 5:39, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the gang of three amigos. Johnny's out today. Mason Fleming is thrilled to be here. Good morning, Mason.
How are you?
Fantastic.
When's the last time you had any sleep, Brother Mason?
What's today? Oh, wait, we're already in June, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with Sleepy Joe here.
And Ken Weaver is back from vacation. Ken, so great to have you back. How was your vacation?
It was great. It was great.
I was going to say, how long did you sleep on that?
Man, I slept a lot, actually. I got a lot of sleep in, lit some fires. Really liked lighting fires.
Yeah.
Because I don't get to do that very often, whenever I'm back in the real world.
So Ken sends Johnny and I a photo. He's got a big old fat stogie in his mouth, and he's standing in front of a fire. And it was like, yeah, it was like, man, Ken's got it going on.
I didn't even use gasoline or anything like that.
Right,
no?
Yeah.
I just, I used one of those logs that you put in there. You can light.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, then I threw a bunch of logs on top of it.
I always felt like the logs that are sort of prepackaged for burning.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like that's cheating.
Well, it is.
Like I was a Boy Scout. I should be able to, rub two sticks together and be able to cause a massive blaze, but I never could.
Yeah, and I was never able to do that either. So I cheat.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Listen, if that's the worst thing you do.
Fire lasted a long time, too.
Did it?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. I love fires. That's part of my big backyard makeover is we're going to put a little fire pit in there as well.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I miss that, man. I don't live in a neighborhood where you can do that. Now, you can, but you run the risk of killing all your neighbors by burning their homes down, too.
That's okay.
So I don't want to do that.
We in my neighborhood, this is where I'm going to make some of my neighbors mad. I don't know who it is in my neighborhood, but they're incessantly burning their I guess it's leaves and branches and their overgrowth, whatever it is.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, my Lord. It is like, can you just make one trip to the actual dump or do something? Leave it to Mother Nature.
They just burn it right there in their yard, do they?
Yeah. And it's like
can't fit it all in their Honda Accord there.
Yeah, it's like their entire... It impacts the entire community because it's like you're taking a walk and, you've got the smoke in your eyes. It really impacts. I hate that.
Yeah, you can't open the windows on a nice, cool day.
That's exactly right.
It smells like leaf smoke.
That's exactly right, Ken. Now, Ken, were you able to keep up with the news while you were gone?
I heard something happened in New York. Like my phone was blowing up about Trump in New York, something about that.
Yeah. It's kind of big. Yeah, just a little bit.
Did you hear what Robert De Niro said about Donald Trump? Did you hear that whole thing, Ken?
I know that there was some sort of fracas involving Robert De Niro.
I've got some of the actual audio from Robert De Niro. You ready?
Ready.
All right, Mason, I want to make sure that we're in delay, right? Because there's Robert De Niro. This is what Robert De Niro said.
Everyone, please put on your masks and keep your distance. Some of us are really weak and fragile, and I don't know why they made this podium so high. I told them I'm coming straight from the bathhouse and didn't have my platform shoes with me. I'm speaking to you today because I'm a scared little man, a washed-up actor with lots of skeletons in my closet. People like me need Joe Biden in power, not because he's any good, but because he enjoys the same sick perversions we do. Lots of dicks think I'm smart because, I used to be able to memorize lines, cock my head to the side and squid with a New York accent. In reality, I'm just a mook. M-O-O-K mook.
That's Robert De Niro. That was part of what he had to say out there in New York.
The car alarm was a paid actor in that ad.
I was getting ready to say somebody hit the panic on their key fob.
That's exactly right.
Understandable for what's going on.
Now, what's funny about all of that is obviously that's AI and not very good. It's actually very funny. I watched it several times, and there's other things in there that I chose not to air, but very funny. And I think that part of one of my favorite angles to last week's insanity in New York was Robert De Niro. And Ken, you just missed it, man. we had so much fun.
I bet.
With Robert De Niro. And it was just,
You talking to me?
You talking to me?
Are you talking to me?
Ultimately, I decided that Al Pacino was a lot better. And
yes.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Have you seen the very sly smile? I actually tweeted this out. This happened on Friday. Most people, I think, probably know about it. I don't know when you got back from vacation. But Biden was asked whether or not because Donald Trump said that, Joe Biden is responsible for what happened in the Alvin Bragg case and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
And Biden, is walking away from the podium. He turns to his right, and he gives the creepiest, weirdest, slyest, evilest smile that, Joe Biden can muster.
Yeah.
Have you seen this yet,
No.
Ken?
No.
Go to my Twitter feed, and everybody go to my Twitter feed. And I'm trying to figure out, I was trying to think of what one word I could use to describe what Joe Biden, how to describe that smile. Look, I could throw in the word sadistic there. And then when he stops and he smiles, then he just sort of stands there, sort of weirdly.
What a weird...
And then he just sort of slowly walks away. And it's just bizarre.
He almost falls down, man. When he stops, he's got to gather himself when he turns.
Yeah. And
he's wavering.
And the thing is, he's not even the thing that people are pointing out is that he's not even denying his involvement.
No.
In all of this.
Well, he's going to let that slip.
Yeah, because Peter...
That's probably going to slip.
Peter Doocy asked him the question, what do you say to this? That Donald Trump says that you are responsible for this, and that was his answer. He turns to his right with that. How would you? What's the one word you would describe, Ken? Do you have a word that you would describe? I go between evil and creepy.
Yeah, it's right creepy. There. Yeah.
So a
crap-eating grin.
Crap-eating grin? That's exactly right. A crap-eating grin as well.
All hyphenated to make sure it's one word, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mason. Oh, by the way, our new producer, Jeff.
Oh, yeah?
Malinoff, right?
Yes.
So
yeah.
So Ken, you're going to love this. Jeff, who was training all last week because Johnny's out this week.
Yeah.
This is why people love me as a manager. So he has now been officially initiated because I called Jeff at 4:15 and asked him if he was on his way. He's like, I'm not scheduled to work today, man. I'm like, are you sure? And he said, yes, it's supposed to be Mason.
And it's his boss texting him at 4:15
No, it wasn't
a
text. It was a phone call.
Oh,
I actually called him. And you know that sound that people have when they are, clearly being woken up and slightly perturbed and annoyed?
Yeah.
That's what Jeff Malinoff sounded like. And then, of course, I texted Mason.
Yeah, shot me a text.
Yeah. And I said, you on your way?
And I was like, yep, I'll be there.
And he was.
There was more to that text, Mason. There was more to that text. Would you like to talk about what else you texted me? Mason literally said, I'll be there at 4:58.
Yeah, I was.
And so I'm like, okay, so how do I run the board again? It's been like 500 years, but I think I could figure this out. So,
I know I'd be here to push the buttons. It's whether or not I had your list typed up or not. That's what I was worried about.
No, my list doesn't matter. I was worried about getting the radio station on the air.
It rolled in at 4:57.
Hey, yeah.
You were admitted early. You were admitted early. Congratulations, Mason.
That's awesome. Way to go, Brother Mason.
Setting expectations and exceeding them.
That's exactly right.
Even though the bar is a little lower than it should be.
Well, listen, I appreciate you showing up today.
Absolutely. Man, I'm happy to be here.
I was so excited to get back to work. I woke up at midnight.
I just
almost came right in.
You were here pretty early. I mean, you were here before me.
Oh, man, I was excited to get back at it.
Were you really?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I need to know if you're telling the truth or if you're lying.
Well, if you smell smoke in the building later, you'll know.
He's missing his fires and cigars.
I was going to say, you're missing the stogies and...
That's right.
Listen, don't light a fire in this place, man. It'll
go up.
It'll go up at a heartbeat.
Well, I'm going to light a fire.
Okay.
I'd light a stogie, though.
You know what? The only fire that's lit around here is the fire under my butt when it's 9 o'clock and I'm out the door.
Yes, sir.
That's the big fire.
11:35 for me.
By the way, in case you're wondering why, you know what was interesting about the appearance at the Glock store?
Yeah, you boys had a good time.
Number
there.
one, had a great time and talked to a lot of folks. People will come up and they'll say, "Hi, my name's Kevin."
Yeah.
8922.
Oh, they give you their digits.
People are now not only introducing by their names, but also the last four of their phone number. I think that's awesome. I love that. That is very cool. And unfortunately, the super text line is down today. And I don't know why. I keep trying it. I even told Mason, are you able to, get onto the super text line? And
something was off
no.
today. Yeah, I'm just getting buffering screens this morning, but our goal is to get it up and running so we could talk with all of you today. Just so you know. Just so you know we're trying.
That's our goal.
I kind of feel like my brain is buffering too. You ever feel like that, Ken? The brain is just buffering?
I've been doing that for a week.
Man, I've been doing that for 30 years. 30 years. Yeah, I can't sign in.
I'm playing catch up with you.
Yeah, it's all right.
I'll get there eventually.
Well, anyway, if you can somehow fix the super text thing, that'd be great. Because you know what? When you're so used to that automatic feedback,
you get used to it.
And then you don't have it anymore.
Yeah.
Because you know what? My opening monologue was fire, man. It was fire.
It was in fuego.
It was good.
And I need people to give me some positive thoughts on my opening monologue because I brought it. Other hosts, they like to kind of slowly tiptoe into the show. I crashed the flipping door down, man. That's what I do.
You just jump right in, dude.
Jumping through the roof, getting everybody on their toes.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
You want to get that attaboy, Brother Dan.
There's no warm-up on this show.
Yeah, just a nice little from the super text line. Just coming in.
All right, shut up. We're done now.
Too much?
I'm just kidding. That's too much. I was actually just kidding. But I do.
Oh, you want it back, huh?
But I missed the.
So does Biden's people.
Yeah, for real. It's all just sound effects on his
They'd love to have applause like that.
Boy, they sure would.
Rather than 6-year-olds reading poetry.
By the way, do we know? Have we figured out, Mason? I'm gonna give you this very important responsibility. In addition to fixing the super text line, I need to know how many TikTok followers does Donald Trump now have? Because he signed on over the weekend. Now, Biden's got like 300. I've got a whole thing on this. Is coming up next. So, couple of things that are in the news, and we got a lot to talk about today.
We do.
Number one, of course, what is the reality regarding Donald Trump and possible jail time? What did the former president say over the weekend about the possibility that he may be going to jail? We'll talk about that. We also have some great audio from none other than Maxine Waters. Joe Biden lying about the southern border. Now, by the way, it looks like he's going to offer mass amnesty. 350,000 asylum cases apparently are going to just be tossed out, and all those folks going to be allowed to stay here. That is part of the news cycle this morning. I've got a lot.
Probably going to be shipped off to swing states, huh?
Sure. Well, you know what? Probably. Let them vote and get them into those counties in like Michigan and Pennsylvania and Arizona and Georgia, and put them right there in the likes of like where Fulton County is. I think Detroit's in Wayne County, Michigan, right? That's what the Biden administration wants to do. All right, 5:53, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Also, they'll be able to get more control in the House of Representatives because of the population. Goes on and on. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Well, there's going to be a new El Presidente in Mexico. History made there with that election. Former government health official Dr. Anthony Fauci on the hot seat again today, coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 5:53 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I've been telling you, of course, about Stoltzco for years, and they're incredible pole barns. Now, the thing that I love about these pole barns is you can put them anywhere, and they can function as anything. So go to their website. It is Stoltzco.com, Stoltzco, Stoltzco.com, and take a look for yourself at these amazing pole barns and the incredible construction. You can build one for your vehicles, for your horses. You can build one as an event space. If you've got enough room, if you've got enough land, you can actually build a pole barn and live in it. We call them barn dominiums. Now, Stoltzko is among the elite in pole barn construction here in Middle Tennessee. Check them out online or at their Instagram and Facebook accounts. And call them for an estimate, 615-622-5992. You're not going to be disappointed. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Stoltzko, 615-622-5992.
6 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. I'm seeing a crash impacting westbound lanes of I-24 in Smyrna. Later this morning in downtown Nashville, part of 2nd Avenue is going to reopen 4 years after the Christmas Day bombing. Businesses have stayed open and rebuilt, but there haven't been any cars, trucks, or vans going in and out of that area. They'll start doing that at 10:30 this morning when it reopens. Could be a pop-up shower today, but more widespread rain later in the week. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And history made in Mexico.
Desde aquí te decimos, presidente, gracias.
That's Claudia Sheinbaum, the projected next president of Mexico, the nation's first woman to hold that office. Matt Gutman reports it comes in the shadow of cartel violence during voting.
You've seen more than 230 people killed as a result of election-related violence. The reality of 2024 in Mexico is that if you are involved in politics, you are certainly putting your life on the line. And I should say where this violence is taking place. It is largely taking place at the municipal level, not at the state level. And the reason why it's happening at the municipal level is because that is the first level of government that organized crime needs to control in order to operate with impunity.
Claudia Sheinbaum was the former mayor of Mexico City. She guided that city through the pandemic. Speaking of which, former government health official Dr. Anthony Fauci expected to face questions on Capitol Hill today about COVID, social distancing, masking, and remote schooling, and whether guidance on those issues approved by the CDC director was based on science. And in 3 days, we mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day. That's the day in 1944 when Allied forces stormed at Normandy, France to liberate Europe during World War II. Special flights are carrying surviving veterans to France for the annual ceremony, including Jake Larson of Georgia.
I'm the luckiest man in the world. I'm 101 years old without an acre of pain.
The armed forces included about 16.5 million men and women in all. Today, according to the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, less than 1% of them are still alive. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Stock futures point to a higher opening on the first trading day of June as Asian markets rallied overnight. The Federal Reserve isn't expected to start cutting interest rates in the U.S. until later this year, but investors anticipate reductions soon in Europe and Canada. On Friday, the Dow Jones regained some of the ground lost earlier in the week, surging 574 points to head into the weekend at 38,686. The S&P added 0.8% Friday, while the Nasdaq closed flat. Here comes another meme stock rally. Keith Gill, the man behind 2021's epic short squeeze in GameStop shares, posted a screenshot last night that appeared to show his significant number of shares in GameStop. In the soda wars, there's a new number 2. The top-selling drink is still Coca-Cola. Now Dr. Pepper has tied Pepsi as the second most popular, according to Beverage Digest. Dr. Pepper is actually the oldest soda flavor, invented a year before Coke.
All right, checking futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures down 20, S&P up 11, Nasdaq up 80. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
6:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on into your Monday, June 3rd, along with Mason Fleming, Ken Weaver. Back from vacation, Dan Mandis here indeed. So Joe Biden's been on TikTok, I don't know how long, but he's got like 338,000 followers. Donald Trump, after like 1 or 2 days, he's got 3.5 million followers on TikTok. Now, I will be the first to admit, I was never really on board with the whole TikTok has to be banned thing. I understand the whole situation with China. I've had Marsha Blackburn on, Mark Green on, Senator and Congressman. They've all made their pitch about banning TikTok. But Donald Trump has even said and tried to ban TikTok many years ago. But now the former president, see, to me, it's ironic. And then I'm going to move on. But what I think is really interesting is that, remember way back when Joe Biden actually paid some of these TikTok influencers to try to influence the younger generation on TikTok. And so you've got all of these folks who were, trying to influence other people, trying to, sell the Biden administration and so forth. And, that turned into kind of a news story in and of itself. Donald Trump is going after the younger voters. Donald Trump doesn't have to pay TikTok influencers to try to sing the praises of his policies and his administration the first 4 years. Joe Biden is out there trying to recruit influencers to try to influence the younger generation. You know who does not have to do that? Donald Trump. Where after simply, a couple of days, he's got 3.5 million followers. And, for me, I was actually very surprised when the announcement was made that he was going to be on TikTok. But I think for the former president, I think it's a really smart move. It is a shot across the bow. It is, okay, so the polling shows that Donald Trump is doing a lot better with the younger generation, with younger adults. Well, guess where the younger adults are? They are on TikTok. So for Trump, I think this is a really smart thing. Now, the reason why I was never really on board, I understand why people like Senator Marsha Blackburn and Congressman Mark Green, I understand why they want to ban TikTok. I'm no fan of China, trust me when I say. But from a political standpoint, there's a lot of people that they just don't really care all that much about the situation with China. Because a lot of folks know that, China, a lot of bad hombres in China, friends, and they do steal our intellectual property. They do steal our information. I get all that. But then you look at the likes of Facebook and some of these other social media platforms as well, and they do similar kinds of things. So I get it. But at the same time, you are going to alienate an entire generation of younger voters if you do this. And so Trump just decided, you know what? I'm going to jump on TikTok. And now he's got 3.5 million followers. And, that is good for the president. Now, a couple of other things very quickly. I do find it funny that, Biden has 338,000 and Trump has 3.5 million. I mean, that tells you all you need to know. Now, what is going on with the former president? Of course, where we were last week when we were talking about the 34 counts. He was found guilty on 34 counts, the hush money trial. All about that. This is what the former president said on Fox and Friends over the weekend about the notion of him going to jail.
I'm okay with it.
He said he's okay with going to jail.
I'm okay with it. I saw one of my lawyers the other day on television saying, "Oh no, you don't want to do that to the president." I said, "You don't beg for anything. You just the way it is. Think of it." So that could happen. I don't know that the public would stand it. I'm not sure the public would stand for it. With a
if he tried house arrest or
I think it would be tough for the public to take. At a certain point, there's a breaking point.
Listen, there's some people that are trying to make that comment into, Donald Trump trying to start another insurrection. Now, I don't know what the reaction will be if Trump is actually sent to a prison. I do believe that if he is sent to prison, then I think that will even make him even more powerful. That will make him even more appealing to the American people. I do believe that. I also thought it was interesting when he said,
I'm okay with it. I saw one of my lawyers the other day on television saying, oh, no, you don't want to do that to the president. I said, don't beg for anything. You just, the way it is.
Yeah, don't beg. Don't prod. Don't try to cajole. This is what's happening. And he's like, if I have to go to jail, then I have to go to jail. Now, the question is, will he go to jail? Sunny Hostin was on The View Friday. This is what she says.
He believes that they will recommend a 1-year term in prison.
Yeah, she has some contacts there within the New York prosecutor's office, Alvin Bragg's office.
He believes that they will recommend a 1-year term in prison. And that is because when you spend a year in prison in New York or under, you serve in Rikers Island. Okay?
Now here's the thing. When she said that, she smiled. And all of the other folks on The View also smiled like a bunch of giddy schoolgirls excited because Donald Trump was going to possibly go to Rikers Island.
Okay?
Then they clap.
I did some research. Right. The other thing I'd like to say is the other reason that they will do this is because he has shown an utter disregard for our institutions.
Yeah, and the lack of self-awareness. I could play this all day long. I'm not going to. But for the left, they are giddy at the prospect, the thought of Trump going to jail, Rikers Island. And so the longer that this goes on, and the sentencing is supposed to be on July 11th. And so from now until then, we'll have to see where this whole thing goes. One of the big questions is how to get this to the Supreme Court as quickly as possible. We're going to talk about that straight ahead, 6:15. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7. All right, thank you very much. As far as your weather today, it's 64 degrees right now. And off and on, we're going to see some rain, possible storms as well. We're not thinking about anything severe, but there will be some rain off and on throughout the day here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN 616. So Trump has a decision to make. What they need to do is they need to appeal. But the question is, what does that even look like? Do you go through the New York appellate system, or do you try to go straight to the Supreme Court? That was part of the conversation that was had over the weekend. Alan Dershowitz was being interviewed, and he was all over the place. I don't remember exactly where I pulled this from, but remember what Dershowitz has been saying. Dershowitz has been saying that he doesn't believe that the appellate court in New York, and I guess there's actually two levels. He doesn't believe that the appellate court will do anything different than Judge Merchan did. And so it's his belief, and frankly, my belief as well, this does need to go straight to the Supreme Court, if at all possible. This is Alan Dershowitz.
He should make an appeal to the New York Court of Appeals, asking them to bypass the appellate division, because he's not going to get justice in the appellate division. The appellate division are Manhattan judges that are elected, and they don't want to have to face their families and say, we're the judge who allowed Trump to become the next president of the United States.
Right. I mean, correct. This is not only a political move, but for the state of New York and the whole anti-Trump culture that is the New York legal apparatus, they're all anti-Donald Trump. And so, and we've been talking about this, you have all of these folks that are out there saying, oh, this will be clearly overturned on appeal. I don't have any faith at all in the legal system in New York. Now, you can just wait until it, goes all the way through the actual appellate court, which I believe there are a couple of steps before you'd wind up at the Supreme Court. Or you can, again, try to just get right to the Supreme Court before the election. If they wait and they allow it to go through the traditional appeals, there's no way that it'll be decided before Election Day. So that's what you need to do, in my opinion, what you need to do, especially if they're going to put the former president in jail. And people are saying, oh, there's no way Merchan will, sentence Donald Trump to jail. There are people that said that there's no way that this would actually end up in a guilty verdict. So I have no faith in Washington, D.C. I have no faith in New York. I have no faith in either, frankly, the Democrats or the Republicans. Trump has to go right to the Supreme Court, in my opinion. Because when you have, and you just heard the Sonny Hostin and all of these folks at The View giddy at the thought of Donald Trump going to Rikers. You really think that this culture, this anti-Donald Trump culture, is going to say, no, it's okay, let him go back to the campaign trail? No, they are going to stop him any way they possibly can. So they do need to go to the Supreme Court. If Judge Merchan throws Trump in jail, which again, Trump's sentencing is on the 11th of July, then he's stuck in jail while all of this unfolds. And I don't believe that we can risk all of that. Here's more from Alan Dershowitz.
So they should skip the appellate division, go to the New York Court of Appeals, ask for an expedited appeal. In the meantime, prepare for an expedited appeal in the United States Supreme Court and say that this was a rush to try to get this case a verdict, a conviction before election, and the Supreme Court of the United States has an obligation to review this case before the election so that the American public knows whether or not Donald Trump is guilty or not guilty of these made-up crimes.
Yeah, so basically Dershowitz says, go straight to the Supreme Court if you can. Obviously, we all know you have several Trump appointees there, of course, but this is also the court that would not hear the Texas lawsuit regarding the 2020 election results. And so, they said it was for procedural reasons, whatever. So I don't think that any of this is ever going to be a slam dunk with the appellate courts or the Supreme Court, although I think the Supreme Court will be far fairer to Donald Trump than the appellate courts. Again, for the president, there's a lot of decisions that he has to make. Now, what would the reasoning be for an appeal? Because there's there's many different issues that we've been talking about regarding the hush money trial that would be appeal worthy. Here's what Dershowitz says are his top couple.
Number one is Stormy Daniels. The New York Court of Appeals recently held that Harvey Weinstein, certainly not a popular defendant, his conviction had to be reversed because the court allowed the introduction of too many salacious other accusations that really had nothing to do with the trial, and also threatened to put in other material if he took the witness stand. So the first thing I would do is try to piggyback on the New York Court of Appeals reversal of the Weinstein case and talk about how he improperly admitted Stormy Daniels, particularly the details, the positions they took during sex, the kind of aftershave he used, the pajamas that he wore, even more if he took the witness stand. That would be number one.
Yeah, remember, even the judge told Stormy Daniels to tone it down, but not after all of that was exposed, if you will. So we'll continue our conversation here. Also, what is Joe Biden up to regarding amnesty and hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens? That story for you is coming up as well before the end of this hour. Also, some very uniting words from the former president in the face of all of this insanity that is going on. All of that is straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Also, by the way, just to let you know, you know how I feel about polling. I'm not a big fan of it. I will tell you that the polling is all over the place as it relates to Donald Trump and whether or not people feel like the former president was treated fairly. I'll get into some of that straight ahead as well at 6:22 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Listen, you see what's going on in Texas with all of those power outages. Cove Generators is a company that you need to have their phone number saved in your phone. And you really do need to call them to set up an initial consultation, and you do need to start thinking about buying a backup home standby generator from my friends at Cove Generators, because Mother Nature can strike anytime, anywhere. Texas had massive storms. Of course, you know that we had a bunch of storms last month as well. Right now, if you buy a backup home standby generator from Cove Generators, you are going to get a free and upgraded 10-year warranty and $500 off when you mention my name, Dan Mandis. Cove Generators are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in the state of Tennessee. Now, if you've got any questions, call my buddy Generator Dave. He's going to answer whatever questions you ask, not only before the purchase, but during the purchase and after the purchase as well. Now, they also offer you great financing too. So remember that free, upgraded, 10-year warranty, $500 off when you mention my name and WTN from my friends at Cove Generators. Find them online. It is covegenerators.com, and never lose power again. Call them 931-559-3311, 931-559-3311 for Cove Generators. Terms and conditions may apply. 624. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 6:30?
A new president in Mexico. Balloons full of manure over the Koreas. Here a Nashville shopper who tried to stop a group of robbers. Another attack on someone at a Nashville bus station. And a shark bumps and then bites off the coast of California at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:29, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. I got to tell you, I love these folks at Copper Creek Electric. Now, if I know anything after fixing up my house over the years, it is that good companies are really hard to find, which is why I am so glad that I can tell you about one of the great ones again, Copper Creek Electric. Now, they like to say that they've been electrifying Middle Tennessee since 2008, and whatever you need done, yes, they can do it, from residential remodels to new construction. Copper Creek Electrical does any job you need. From your home to your business, they can do it all, and they get it right the first time, and they'll tailor the job to your needs. Listen, you know the electrical in your home or your business is serious, and it does need to be up to code. Copper Creek Electric can do that. They're easy to work with, licensed and insured, and their technicians, they actually have to pass drug tests and background checks too. In other words, with Copper Creek Electric, you could trust them with your wallet and your home and your business. So check them out today, coppercreekelectric.biz, coppercreekelectric.biz. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-476-8697, 615-476-8697.
6:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got a pop-up shower possible today, then more widespread rain later in the week. Later this morning in downtown Nashville, part of 2nd Avenue is going to reopen 4 years after the Christmas Day bombing. That'll reopen to traffic. Now, businesses, they've stayed open and rebuilt, but for the first time since the Christmas Day bombing, you could see cars, trucks, and vans start going through there at 10:30 this morning. And right now, I'm seeing some police activity popping up on our traffic service. Buchanan Street at Dr. D.B. Todd Jr. Boulevard, where apparently police are raiding and padlocking the Star Market, which is deemed to be a nuisance, and a lot of police in the area, so expect delays. Right now in Mexico, celebrations where Claudia Sheinbaum is projected to be the first woman elected president in Mexico. Rising tensions on the Korean peninsula over balloons. North Korea has flown over 1,000 balloons carrying trash and manure to the south in response to South Korean civic groups sending anti-propaganda leaflets in balloons to the north. And here in Nashville, a video shows shoppers trying to stop a group of masked, hoodie-wearing robbers at Tanger Outlets on Saturday. Channel 4 interviewed one of those shoppers.
All of a sudden, I hear them start yelling. They saying, "Y'all can't be in here, get out of here." So I turn around and see 3 or 4 people walk in, mask, hoodies on.
Yeah, they started smashing a cash register, then stole cologne and perfume from Perfume Mania. And more crime reported at a Nashville bus station. Channel 4 says a man was arrested yesterday for allegedly following a woman, then touching her legs and exposing himself at the WeGo bus station on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Shark attack in Del Mar, California.
There was an initial bump, and then there was a bite, and then there was the shark still in range, potentially like coming back toward him, and him having to like reach out and kind of defend, and that's where the hand and arm lacerations were sustained.
That is Chief Lifeguard John Edelbrock, who says that 46-year-old man was in stable condition after surgery. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 6:34, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Listen, I'm a Beehive member with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Have been for a long time. Now, they've got some specials going on right now because they do know the times are tough. They want the cost of things. They don't want the cost of things to interfere with your comfort this summer. So they do have some great financing going on right now, up to 12 months, no interest, no payment with approved credit. So you need a new unit, you need maybe an expensive repair. They are going to work with you. And I have also got some great new deals on HVAC units. They're also offering you free air duct cleaning, fogging, and UV light home treatment with the purchase of select new units. They've got some plumbing specials as well. $500 off select tankless water heaters and $500 off upright S&C water heaters as well. And one more, if you need some repair work done on your AC unit, we're going to waive the $89 dispatch fee on any repair or a new installation. You see, being a Beehive member is important because you do save money over the long run by maintaining your system along the way. They are your Rude Pro partner, 615-775-7833, BusyBeeHVAC.com. There's benefits for Busy HVAC and you being a customer of theirs because, again, they are your Rude Pro partner, 615-775-7833, BusyBeeHVAC.com. .638, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Monday morning, June 3rd. Ken.
Yeah, Brother Dan Mandis.
Poop balloons?
Yeah.
Really? That's in the news today.
Balloons full of manure.
So I have given young Mason the task of getting more details on to how exactly do you secure manure onto a balloon. So I guess, is it North Korea is sending them over to South Korea? Is that what's happening?
That is the report, yes.
I kind of thought that North Korea was a little more high-tech than this, but I'm getting, like all of these ideas as to how to protest Alvin Bragg.
Yeah.
Send some balloons over to New York.
It'll take a second for him to get over there, but I mean, we've got time. We've got time.
You know what we could do? We could like go to a farm and get some actual, BS. Thank you, courtesy of Brian Wilson.
Thank you, Wilson.
We could go and get some actual BS, tie it to balloons, and somehow send it to New York.
Let's get somebody else to tie the manure to balloons and send it to New York.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think I have the...
That's what we'll do.
Stomach power to be able to...
This is why we need interns, man. I keep telling you. I've got all these great ideas. So, Mason, how do they do this?
So they look like they look like almost miniature weather balloons.
Yeah.
And like those big white ones that carry stuff forever. And they have like what looks like a plastic Kroger bag filled with trash and...
manure.
Bull hockey.
Yeah, bull hockey.
And it's just tied to the bottom with like random like string or like I saw a couple pictures of them like with like balloon string you would get from the store for like birthday parties. Just tied these bags to these balloons and just push across over the fields.
Yeah.
Just drifting.
And so the people of South Korea are looking up at all of these balloons.
260.
Heaven help North Korea if the wind changes direction and then they're BSing, their own country.
Which they already do.
Thank you.
Boom, bah.
Anyway, all right, very good. Thank you, guys.
That's how you do a manure balloon, Dan.
Poop balloons. Listen, Donald Trump, said, that America's going to reach a breaking point if he ends up going to jail. Maybe that's the answer. Poop balloons. Sending them over to, figure out where exactly like Alvin Bragg lives and then I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I can hear myself getting called down into the corner office already. Dan, the Secret Service would like to speak to you. Whatever. Anyway, moving right along. 641, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Where was I before the poop balloons? Man, there's just so much news. We're talking about the appeals process with Donald Trump. And now he's got a couple of different options. Number one, he could just go through the appellate process through the state of New York before ultimately arriving at the Supreme Court. That's going to take a long time. The question is, if he does that, then what happens? Because word is, according to, that enterprising reporter, Sunny Hostin, she says that her connections inside the New York office of Alvin Bragg, that Trump could face 6 months at Rikers Island and then another 6 months on probation. Now, isn't that convenient for the Democrats? Because that means that Trump will be literally on Rikers Island during the rest of this campaign. Unbelievable. So I don't think that the former President Trump, he has no choice but to try to get right to the Supreme Court. Now, when all of this happened on Friday, I thought, or last week, I thought, all right, well, then here's what the president needs to do. It'll go through the appellate process. It's going to take a long time, and he can go ahead and campaign, and, it'll be overturned. But if Judge Marchand is actually going to put Donald Trump in jail, well, then he's got to just get right to the Supreme Court as quickly as possible, because as I've been saying, the whole apparatus of the New York legal system, clearly they are infused with Trump derangement syndrome, and Alan Dershowitz has been saying the same thing. Now, you know who else is out there speaking up, of course? Everybody's favorite auntie, Maxine Waters. I want you to listen to this, just real quick.
I am going to spend some time with the criminal justice system, with the justice system, asking them, tell us what's going on with the domestic terrorists. Are they preparing a civil war against us? Should we be concerned about our safety? What is he doing with this divisive language? It is dangerous, and we're going to have to make sure that we understand that we're not at risk with this man talking in the way that he's doing.
So let me play you an example. Let me play you an example of Donald Trump and that divisive language. You ready? Here's an example of that divisive message from the former president.
It's a very interesting question, and I say it and it sounds beautiful, right? You know, my revenge will be success, and I mean that. But it's awfully hard when you see what they've done. These people are so evil. And at the same time, the country can come together. You know, I'm saying this, but the country can come together.
He wants to bring the country together. And I do believe that the former president is right when he does say that these are evil people. Here's more from Donald Trump, one more soundbite saying that we as a nation, when it was Donald Trump, there was a lot of people that were angry and infused with Trump derangement syndrome, particularly in the White House press corps. But you know what? There's a lot of other people, by and large, I mean, when the economy was going well and before COVID, things were going okay.
You know, people also say, can you bring the country together? And the answer is yes. Success will bring the country together because I had it together. Mm-hmm. Before the China virus came in, I had it together. We really had it together. And it would have stayed. I think it would have stayed. Everybody was doing better. The country was doing better than it had ever done. And we're going back to those same policies and then some.
Americans have lost a lot of trust in institutions, and I think there's been a lot of discussion, especially...
Yeah, absolutely. America has lost a lot of trust in the institutions. And I don't think that we're going to regain that trust anytime soon. I started the radio program out this morning talking about Dr. Anthony Fauci and about how he is going to go and testify today in front of a House, I think it's a House subcommittee. And my ultimate question was and continues to be, what's the point? To what end? Anthony Fauci ought to be in prison. I mean, certainly if they want to send Donald Trump to prison, good Lord. Here's a guy, Dr. Anthony Fauci, that I believe committed perjury, among many other things, and I think that's why he does deserve to go to prison. He won't. You know, there's going to be a lot of fire. There's going to be a lot of, really fiery testimony. I'm going to play audio for you tomorrow. You're going to have some of these Republicans really going to get Dr. Anthony Fauci, and there's going to be a lot of back and forth. You congressmen don't know what you are talking about, right? We all know what's going to happen. But with all of the fiery words and all of the fiery testimony, do you really think that anything's going to happen to Dr. Anthony Fauci and all of his cronies that lied about COVID, that paid for that gain of function research? And so when, they talk about how the American people have lost faith in, I'll take a step further. Not only have the American people lost faith in the federal government and the agencies and so forth, I think that there's a lot of people that have also lost faith in our way of life. And I've got more on that coming up next. I'm running late. 6:47, time to check the roads on WTN. All right, very good. 6:48, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather today goes, some isolated thunderstorms most of the day. Temperatures mid to upper 80s, mix of clouds and sun. And right now, 67 degrees. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Here's what I mean about how people have lost faith in our way of life. What I mean by that is that we've always been about, America has always been about fairness and free and fair elections and all of those things that are enshrined in our Constitution. And it seems like day by day, issue by issue, all of those things that we hold dear have been falling by the wayside because of corruption, because of corrupt politicians. And the media falls right in line with the federal government. And again, I will say, all of that stuff during COVID, a lot of that stuff happened while Donald Trump was president. I know it and you know it. It would be disingenuous of me to just sit here and scream about Biden and Fauci and not also mention that Trump was president. But here's the thing, whether it is our southern border, because we know that it is the president's job to protect our southern border, to protect our sovereignty, And that simply is not happening. As a matter of fact, in the news today, I'll get into the details coming up after the news at 7. But, it looks like tomorrow, Joe Biden is going to give 350,000 illegal aliens amnesty. And that's only just the beginning. The Supreme Court told, just talking about things that we hold dear that, are falling by the wayside because of corruption in Washington, D.C., we have Biden time and time and time again having our taxpayer dollars going to pay for the college education of all of these folks who made the really smart decision to go to the colleges and rack up all of this debt. And the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. And Joe Biden said, hold my beer, watch me, I'll find a way to do it anyway. And he has, to the tune of millions and millions and millions of dollars, even though our own Supreme Court said you can't do that. He is, because he found another way. You can't beat Donald Trump at the, you can't beat Donald Trump on the issues. Okay, then let's go ahead and find a way to use lawfare, turn it into warfare, and send the former president possibly to prison. So you see, when I say that, I believe that people are losing their faith in our institutions. I think they've lost faith in our institutions, from obviously the federal government and a lot of the agencies involved in our federal government, to the Supreme Court, to the office of the presidency and the media as well. All of those things are part of the American way of life. Now, luckily for a lot of you folks, and I spend a lot of time talking to you, and I live the same way, I lost my faith in those institutions long ago. I have faith in my family. I have faith in my God. And I do still have faith in roughly half of the people of America. Now, I will tell you that the polling out there is all over the place related to Donald Trump and the guilty verdicts, whether or not people believe that he got a fair trial or not, should he go to prison. All of those things I will share with you in the 7 o'clock hour right here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Right now, though, I want to tell you about my friends at Loan Pronto. How would you like to be free of any car loan debt, no credit card debt, no personal loans? Loan Pronto can help you today. They can make that happen with an Equity Express line of credit. Now, what that means is that you can tap into that equity in your home today and save you money on those high interest loans. Yes, homeowners are turning that home equity into cash almost instantly these days with Loan Pronto's AI-based system. It takes about 10 minutes, and yes, it is really easy. There's no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle, just relief from those high interest payments. When you call my friends at Loan Pronto, tell them Dan Man just told you to reach out, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. You can always find them online. It's loanpronto.com. And that phone number one more time is 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com. 6:53 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 7?
Well, another weekend, another round of severe weather. We'll tell you about people digging out from flooding and hail. Right now in California, evacuation orders have been lifted as wildfire conditions have started to improve, but you got to hear what that was like. Meanwhile, in Nashville, a body pulled from the Cumberland River over the weekend still has not been identified. Hear from witnesses there. More crime reported at a Nashville bus station, and a video shows shoppers trying to stop a group of robbers at Tanger Outlets on Saturday. All this and more at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. .657, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, coming up next, Joe Biden and his big amnesty plans. We should find out what that is tomorrow. We're going to preview that coming up today. And a couple of other things that are going on in the news regarding really interesting story that Ken actually had just a few moments ago, where you have all of these people at the Tanger outlets trying to prevent a big shoplifting spree, apparently. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Right now in North Nashville, Metro Police on the scene, raiding and shutting down a business deemed a nuisance. This is the Star Market. Later this morning in downtown Nashville, part of 2nd Avenue will reopen to traffic 4 years after the Christmas Day bombing. Pop-up showers possible today. More widespread rain later in the week. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now, North Texas is digging out from flooding and hail over the weekend.
Hailstones the size of peas pelted the Dallas-Fort Worth area Sunday afternoon as floodwaters rose up in suburban streets. In West Texas, a Border Patrol agent was critically hurt when his home took a direct hit from a possible tornado. Back at DFW Airport, the total rainfall for last month was 7.8 inches, more than 3 inches above the average May.
That's Jim Ryan reporting. And in California, Molalingue says evacuation orders have been lifted as wildfire conditions have started to improve.
Wildfire started near the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, about 50 miles east of San Francisco.
My husband came home and he was like, "You have 5 minutes, pack stuff for the kids," and he's like, "You need to get out of here."
Several homeowners in San Joaquin County were forced to evacuate. The Corral Fire began Saturday afternoon. Flames spread quickly, fueled by dry grass, high winds, and high temperatures.
The cause of that fire still under investigation. Here in Nashville, a body pulled from the Cumberland River yesterday still has not been identified. Boaters first reported it around 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
We were just cruising out. We saw a body on the kind of right next to the shore. We didn't stay for that long, but we kind of glanced for each other. We all four of my 3 other friends, we all looked at each other. It was a quick 10-second moment, but we saw the family, and we were definitely all surprised.
Channel 4 says the current carried that body for several miles before crews were able to recover it. More crime reported at a Nashville bus station. Channel 4 says a man was arrested yesterday for allegedly following a woman, then touching her legs and exposing himself at the WeGo bus station on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. 39-year-old Kenneth Bell arrested. And a video shows shoppers trying to stop a group of robbers at Tanger Outlets on Saturday. Channel 4 interviewed one of the shoppers who says 4 people wearing masks and hoodies at Perfume Mania smashed a cash register, then broke glass to get to cologne and perfume.
I've never seen it happen before, so I was a little in shock. I just doing what I thought I should do. And they've said this happened a lot in that area, and specifically that mall. The other people just seemed really upset about it because they live in the area that's upset that it happens so often.
Well, thieves got away before police arrived. Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Right now, Dow futures up 5, S&P up 17, NASDAQ futures up 103. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
7:08, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Members Nutrition Super Text line is working and very active this morning. We were talking earlier, just very briefly, then I'm going to tell you a line or two, literally a line or two about the polling. But we're talking about some of the options that Donald Trump has as far as the appeals process goes. He can try to make it through the New York Court of Appeals and see if one of those judges will go ahead or one of those courts will go ahead and, side with his side on the appellate process, like a lot of people say that they should or they will. My whole point is that Donald Trump has got to get out of the leftist progressive apparatus that is the New York judicial system. He just does. Because do you really believe that the New York appeals courts are going to overturn Judge Marchand's ruling? I'm very cynical. Mike says this on the super text line. The only problem with skipping the New York appeals court is that you give the left a great talking point. Trump bypasses the legal process and turns to his judges to get him off the act of a tyrant, Mike says. I don't care about leftist talking points anymore at this point because they're going to have their talking points regardless. And for me, I really just don't care. Because how great of a talking point do they have right now? Because I believe that this whole trial was unfair and it is a travesty of justice. How great of a talking point do they have right now where they can say that, Donald Trump convicted felon? And I know that we talked about this on Friday, where it's like, you know what? Embrace it. Maybe Donald Trump, he's on TikTok now. He's got, what did we say? 3.5 million? So 3.5 million followers. I actually think it would have been pretty funny in a street cred kind of way if Trump's new TikTok handle was convicted felon Donald Trump. See, that would have been funny. Now, as far as the polling goes, I'm going to tell you that you really can't tell anything from the polling because, you have some polls that show that, half of independents say that Trump had a fair trial. The other half said he did not have a fair trial. Most of the Republican Party say that he did not have a fair trial. Many people say that it was the right decision. The court, it was the right decision. Others say there's nothing concrete. So I don't want to spend the next 5 minutes reading numbers at you and percentages and all this kind of stuff. I'm just here to tell you that the polling is not decisive either way. It's not like when you look at Joe Biden's polling and his disapproval numbers are way up and his approval numbers are way down and all of the polling is very consistent. Nope. It's all over the place. However, what we do know is that Trump raised, do we have a number? Mason or Ken, somebody Google how much money did Donald Trump raise over the last couple of days since the verdict came out? It's in, I believe, the tens of millions of dollars. I want to say it's 50, 60, 70 million, something like that. Maybe it's less. I don't know. But I guarantee you it's a lot. And so now the question is, you got a number for me, Mason?
I do. According to USA Today, Donald Trump says that he raised nearly $53 million after his conviction here.
All right, $53 million. Not bad at all.
Yeah, got about 52.8 here. Yeah.
All right. So I don't know. It just depends on what the former president wants to do. Now, here's the thing. Amnesty. Joe Biden and amnesty. Maybe you've heard this, maybe you haven't, but it's in the news today. I'm going to give you some of the details. This is the headline, and it's a scary headline, and it's a headline that from a president that is constantly talking about Donald Trump and no one is above the law. Well, no one is above the law unless you're an illegal alien or you are in one of these crime-ridden cities run by George Soros-funded DAs. Other than that, nobody is above the law, right? Headline is Biden administration offers mass amnesty to migrants as it quietly terminates 350,000 asylum cases, according to sources. Now, you know, well as I do, that Joe Biden has been saying time and time again that he's done all he can do to fix the southern border. This is what he said. I think it was either on Friday or Saturday.
Not all I can do. Give me the power. I've asked for the very day I got in office. Give me the border patrol. Give me the people. Give me the people, the judges. Give me the people who can stop this and make it work right.
So it's hard to hear because it's right next to the Air Force One. But basically, that is Joe Biden saying, give me the power to fix the border. Give me the border patrol. Give me, whatever. And here's the thing, is that you and I both know on day one of this administration what he did. He has the power. He had the power on day one to stop the border wall construction, to stop Remain in Mexico, to defang ICE, to tell ICE to stop all of the deportations. That is what Joe Biden did. And let's also not forget that during the debates, he basically said, come on, come one, come all, rush the border, throwing out the welcome mat. So for Joe Biden to now be saying, and it's such a joke, give me the power to fix the border, that is complete and utter BS. It is nonsense. Everyone knows it, just like it was nonsense when they were talking about how the border is secure. Now, what exactly is the president going to do regarding this air quote mass amnesty? Details straight ahead, 7:15. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7. Thank you very much. As far as your weather today goes, going to have some scattered thunderstorms and a high of, 78 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Right now, 64. Let's see here. I'm getting all kinds of updates. Mason, you said Trump raised what? You just said 53 million?
Yeah.
Now people are saying, no, it's now up to 70 million.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, somebody said, don't you do any research on your show? Yes, but the numbers just keep updating and they just keep rising.
Yeah, that's wild.
The reason I asked young Mason for the information is because he can grab me the absolute very latest. And so, I think that does tell you a lot if he has indeed raised $70 million. To me, that is the best polling you can give and you can talk about is how much money was raised. And I got to tell you, and I tweeted it out, the crap-eaten grin of Joe Biden when he was asked about Donald Trump squarely blaming Donald Trump squarely blaming Joe Biden for the verdict in the hush money trial. And Biden just sort of, it's a really creepy, devilish, crap-eating grin. He just stopped. And he looks at the camera, and it was just a very bizarre moment. It was a very bizarre smile. And he just stopped and looked. And it just, to be honest with you, I try to keep the news sometimes at arm's length because I don't want to be that guy that's screaming on the radio in morning drive about stuff. So I try to be sometimes as dispassionate as I can about all of this stuff because I don't, again, want to be screaming in the middle of morning drive. But I will tell you that when I saw that, I have not let a news story anger me so much than Joe Biden's crap-eating grin because he's not even trying to hide it. If you go and you look at the video, it's I tweeted it out. It's on my Twitter feed. Biden is asked the question. He stops and he grins like, I'm not even going to try to hide the fact that I'm behind this because, again, Donald Trump was squarely blaming Joe Biden for this verdict. And it's one of those things where I was seething. I was so angry. And thankfully, I wasn't on the air at the time because I would have absolutely launched. So at least for me, this is how, as Donald Trump said, and many others have said, this is how the American people lose faith in our institutions. By the way, I did ask earlier in the program, people are saying that the smile of Joe Biden was actually, pure evil. And I asked on the tweet at Dan Manda's show, what is the one word you would use to describe this smile from Joe Biden? Clearly, he understands that the American people know that he's behind all of this, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. We'll have to wait and see about that. The Biden administration offers mass amnesty to migrants as it quietly terminates 350,000 asylum cases. This is in the news this morning. It came out yesterday afternoon. This is from the New York Post. Well, the Biden administration is attempting to look like it's, quote, getting tough on the border. Behind the scenes, it is operating a program of a mass amnesty for migrants, according to the New York Post. Data shows that since 2022, more than 350,000 asylum cases filed by migrants have been closed by the U.S. government if the applicants do not have a criminal record or are otherwise not deemed a threat to the country. Now, this means they say that while the migrants are not granted or denied asylum, their cases are terminated without a decision on the merits of their asylum claim. They are basically removed from the legal system, and they're no longer required to check in with authorities. The move, basically what it does is it allows them to legally, indefinitely roam about the U.S. without fear of deportation, effectively letting them slip through the cracks. And so remember, this is Joe Biden directly lying to the American people when he says, I've done all I can do. And now he's, again, lying to the American people. And that is a story that is going to come out tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see what else he does. But remember, he also has been flying in these folks directly into our country, directly into our cities across America. And he didn't tell the local states. He didn't tell the states. He didn't tell the authorities in the cities where these migrants were flown into. And so for Biden, that crap-eating grin of Joe Biden's when it came to Donald Trump's accusations that he is behind this verdict, how many times will Mr. No one is above the law, Mr. Joe No one is above the law Biden, well, we keep seeing millions of people that are apparently above the law. Whether we're talking about all of these illegal aliens coming into our country, all of these folks that are doing all kinds of horrendous things in, again, these soft on crime cities, and the American people are getting more and more frustrated. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Where it is tomorrow, there's going to be some sort of an announcement. We'll have to wait and see. But at least for yours truly, when I saw Joe Biden and that video of him smiling, I literally said, what the heck? You know what I'm talking about? And it made me so incredibly angry. And so when Donald Trump said that, the American people are angry, and at some point, if Trump gets thrown in jail, something's got to give. What that is, I don't know. But I have a feeling we'll find out, and Joe Biden will find out on November 5th. It is 7:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 at WTN. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. News with Ken Weaver is coming up. And, one of the big issues that can impact your home and your health is mold. Now, lucky for you, my friends at USS, United Structural Systems, they are offering you $500 for the best mold treatment available today. They've got a certified team that will locate that mold in your crawl space and get rid of it permanently. Now, right now, again, they're offering you $500 off because USS is always looking out for you. Now, they've got a 3-step RTE process. They remove the mold, they treat the area so it doesn't come back, and then they encapsulate your crawl space to keep it dry and mold-free. You know, that stuff does come back without the right treatment. USS makes sure that it won't. And right now, again, that process, the RTE process from USS, $500 off any mold treatment full solution. So breathe easier and spend wisely with USS and their $500 off mold treatment special just for listeners to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You can find them online, USSTN.com. That's USSTN.com. It is 724. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Celebrations in Mexico where a new president has been elected. We'll tell you about the violence during those elections and the new tension over the Koreas, I should say, manure in balloons. And a video shows shoppers in Nashville trying to stop a group of robbers at Tanger outlets. This and more at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
729, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Zero Res. Now, this is the company that I call to my house when I need some big-time carpet cleaning. You can trust them to treat you right. Now, spring cleaning time in my house, maybe your house as well. Time to call Zero Res, and they've got a great offer going on right now for the month of June. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $99, plus you get a free dryer vent cleaning with air duct cleaning and $20 off of tile cleaning as well. Now, that's a lot of money in savings from my friends at Zero Res, and they are really, really into saving you money. That's part of their deal. Zero Res, they like to save you money. This is the company that comes to my rescue. They do a great job. You know the stuff that lives in your carpet, right? You got pet germs and odors, stuff that make you and your kids sick. Well, Zero Res can get most of that junk out of your carpet, leaving you with soft, fluffy carpets that are going to dry twice as fast. And they don't use any harsh chemicals. That means pure safety for your family and your pets. And don't forget that great deal. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $99. Plus, you also get a free dryer vent cleaning with air duct cleaning and $20 off of tile cleaning as well. So call them today at 615-535-9376. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-535-9376. As always, you can book online, ZeroResNashville.com, ZeroResNashville.com. Zero Res, it is the right way to clean.
$7:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Right now, Metro Police and detectives raiding and padlocking the Star Market on Buchanan Street in North Nashville. This after the business has been deemed a public nuisance for alleged drug deals, gunshots, fighting, and drunkenness. Later this morning, part of 2nd Avenue reopens to traffic for the first time since the Christmas Day bombing 4 years ago. Can't rule out a pop-up shower today, then more widespread rain later in the week. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And right now in Mexico, celebrations into the night where Claudia Sheinbaum is projected to be the first woman elected president in Mexico. Here's Matt Rivers.
The question now, how does she govern amidst myriad challenges? First among them will be public safety, as we saw firsthand during this election cycle. More than 230 people killed in election-related violence, according to Mexican consulting firm Integralia. Also, how does she handle the United States? Her mentor and current president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, has a famously prickly relationship with the U.S.
Meanwhile, Kate Lee reports on balloons causing new tension in the Koreas.
North Korea has flew over 1,000 balloons carrying trash and manure to the south. It did not result in casualties, but the military ended up having to spend a lot of time collecting trash. North Korea offered a temporary halt late Sunday night under the condition that South Korean civic groups will stop sending anti-propaganda leaflets in balloons.
Yeah, and here in Nashville, a video shows staff being joined by shoppers trying to stop a group of robbers at Tanger Outlets on Saturday.
All of a sudden, I hear them start yelling. They saying, "Y'all can't be in here, get out of here." So I turn around and see 3-4 people walk in, mask, hoodies on.
That man telling Channel 4 the thieves got away with cash, cologne, and perfume from Perfume Mania before police arrived. Prior to this, police said they were called to break up a fight outside the Victoria's Secret. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 7:33, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. Did you know that Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America? They've got over 11,000 5-star reviews. They're going to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. This is hassle-free selling, folks, with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate has been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years. In fact, they've helped over 58,000 families sell their homes. Now, one of our listeners, Ashley, says Mark Spain Real Estate's knowledge of the market and strategy made selling my home really simple. She's already recommended Mark Spain Real Estate to some of her friends. Now, I, Dan Mandis, am so impressed with how they make home selling easy. So call Mark Spain Real Estate today at 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
.37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Dan Mandis here. Welcome on into your Monday, June 3rd, along with Ken Weaver, Mason Fleming in for Johnny B. Ken, have you been out to these Tanger outlets?
I have not, Brother Dan. I've been by them every day, but I have not been to them.
Is it just me, or do the Tanger outlets sound like a hot mess?
Yeah, they're they tend to come up in the news from time to time, and it's always about robbers and fights.
Yeah, it's like how many times do we have to read the same story about these bad guys going in there, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 of them, and grabbing a whole bunch of stuff and then bolting?
Yeah.
And I love this story about. And I'm going to tell you, folks, I specifically don't go to the Tanger outlets because, I mean, I hate to say it, but there's a lot of bad publicity that comes out of there. And I got to tell you that when I see the videos of, I'm beginning to realize I may have some anger management issues. When I see the videos of all of those guys, you know, grabbing stuff and running, if I had a baseball bat, Ken, I'd kneecap them.
Yeah,
I would.
It's infuriating.
It is infuriating.
Yeah, I mean, you've got this handful of idiots ruining what is really a great thing for that part of Nashville, and it really sucks because there's some cool stores in there.
They're probably...
There's a brewery in there, for heaven's sake.
Is there a brewery in there?
Yes.
All right, very good.
Good grief.
I don't know, man.
Leave the breweries alone.
It's Antioch, and people are saying, well, it's Antioch. I try not to disparage, like, cities, because I actually had a friend that lived in Antioch, and she was great. And the neighbors, her neighbors were great. All very good people.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you do have this, the crime element, this criminal element there.
These jackasses.
Jackasses, criminals, all the same. And so they go in there and they keep doing this. And when I think part of what is so infuriating is that nobody does anything. And I think that's why the story of, what store was it? The Tanger Outlets?
Perfume Mania.
So you see these stories of, Perfume Mania and all these bad guys going in there. And by the way, a lot of these situations, you got girls in there doing it too. And so you got all these guys then that stand in the way of them getting out. I love that. And so I guess they bolted out the back.
Yeah, they were able to bust out the back door, according to the report on Channel 4. And the TDOT traffic cameras actually caught them then running away along I-24 behind Tanger Outlets.
Yeah. And I wish what they did, I wish they would have more security. I wish they would allow the cops, and I don't know the dynamic, but I would love to see the cops being able to do their jobs. I would love for them to have security, and quite frankly, armed security. And 7333 says, Dan, you blaming the Tanger Outlet? I'm just curious. I'm not blaming Tanger Outlets. I don't know who to blame. Well, I know who to blame, the perpetrators.
Yeah,
that's who to blame.
That's who you blame.
You blame the perpetrators. And if the perpetrators are underage, then I blame the perpetrators and their parents. And I blame a culture and a society right now that tends to look the other way when this kind of, and I'm going to air quote this kind of petty crime takes place.
Well, I mean, if they're booked, they're out the next day.
Nobody cares. No, but there used to be it's funny because, it was really only a few years ago when people would be ashamed of an arrest record. Now it's like nobody cares.
No.
Nobody cares. And that's why for all of these businesses at the Tanger Outlets, I had some really high hopes for the Tanger Outlets. I did. And maybe they can get all of this under control. I don't know exactly specifically what the problem is, except that you got a society that doesn't care about committing crimes. You've got a society that is incredibly passive about bad guys going in and just stealing a whole bunch of crap. And we got to stop that. And whether it's that's why the guys who tried to stop these folks at leaving that perfume store, so they bolted out the back, people are getting to the point where they are tired of the bad guys winning. And because that's what that story is about, the Tanger Outlets. That's what that story is about. It's about the bad guys winning. It's about bad guys getting away with this crap. And whether we're talking about the crime at the Tanger Outlets or Joe Biden trying to take down Donald Trump, the bad guys get away with this stuff and people are getting pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I don't blame the Tanger Outlets per se. I don't know what's the right way, the policy as far as armed security goes. But you know what? If they brought in security and the security was able to kneecap some of those guys that are trying to run out with $1,000 worth of cologne and perfume, perhaps even more, then maybe it wouldn't happen so often.
Yeah, it would be a deterrent.
It would be a deterrent because they're hitting all of these places with no security.
Well, and again, they're out on the street, if not the next day, hours later.
Yep. Is it a gun-free area? 5895. I have no idea if it's a gun-free area or not. And
Don't know that.
There's no shame in. What's so funny, Ken?
What's that, Brother Dan?
When you and I were kids, the fear of getting arrested was always something and the fear of my father kept me in line.
Yeah, I did not
Really
want to go to
did.
jail when I was a teenager.
Yeah, me either.
I did not want to go to jail.
No, I didn't want to be arrested. I didn't want to go to jail. And so that kept me, along with, I feel, a relatively strong moral compass.
Well, yeah, that too.
With my parents and your parents. And so they made sure that I understood the difference between right and wrong. That's not happening today.
No.
And that is what's so frustrating. But it's not only not happening with our DAs, our government, our judicial system. It's not happening with parents either. And we live in a culture right now where nobody cares. Just nobody cares. And it is so frustrating because the only people that really truly hurts, the people that are really damaged by this, are the people that made the investment in Antioch.
Yeah.
They made the investment in Antioch. They said, you know what? We're going to try and revitalize Antioch. What we're going to do is we're going to put the Tanger outlets out here, and we're going to invest in the people, and we're going to invest in the community of Antioch. And this is the kind of crap that happens. And it's like it was like the first weekend we saw this, I believe, out there.
Well, and they're providing jobs too. And it's hurting the people that are going there on a daily basis to try to
earn a living,
or at least, enhance their living.
That's exactly right.
As we know, a lot of people have 2 jobs in this economy.
All right. I got to go.
All right, Brother Dan.
I'm upset today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm serious. I do want to go to Tanger outlet sometime because I like to go and I like to drink beer. I like to taste beer, and there's a brewery there I'd really like to check out, but I don't know if I am.
Now, 6794 says Tanger does have security. They've got foot security. 5411, Tanger does have armed security on foot patrol. Well, then...
Well, they probably,
Can you, well...
You just wait till the foot patrolman is on the other side.
Well, that's the thing. The place is huge, right? So the place is huge. And it's not about... Here's the deal, friends. It's not about the Tanger outlets. It's about the pervasive nature of what is going on in our society today. That's really what it's about.
Yeah.
Now, 1112 says, no, they're not armed. I don't know. Oh, by the way, here's another thing. Daily Mail is reporting that Donald Trump has raised $200 million. Now, how is it possible that USA Today says 52 million and Daily Mail says 200 million? I don't know. Suffice to say, Donald Trump has more than taken advantage of the situation regarding the hush money verdict and the guilty verdict. He has been able to capitalize on that, whether it's 52 million, whether it's 200 million. I believe that from a fundraising standpoint and from a political standpoint, this ultimately will be good for Donald Trump. We've got a lot of hurdles right now, though, that we have to get through. It is 7:47, running late. Sorry. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. 7:48 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 and WTN. As far as your weather goes, it's almost like we've got rain expected the next several days. Very isolated thunderstorms today, most of the day. Hit and miss. The temperatures mid to upper 80s, mix of clouds and sun. Showers and storms coming Tuesday and Wednesday as well. A lot going on here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm arranging right now to get Congressman Scott DesJarlais to join us, talking about Dr. Anthony Fauci. I did a big monologue in the 5 o'clock hour talking about Fauci. He is going to be testifying today in front of a House committee. And, I'll ask Congressman DesJarlais the question, but, really to what end? And this goes right along the line with what we've been talking about here in the last few minutes as far as the Tanger outlets go. There's just simply put, unless your name is Donald Trump, right? There really is no consequences anymore for bad behavior. And so earlier I was playing audio from Rand Paul. Now, you know that Rand Paul is one of my favorites. And so he was on with Maria Bartiromo, and they were previewing the Fauci testimony that is going to happen later today. Remember, of course, that I believe he's already committed perjury, and he is going to be testifying about the cover-up, about the origins of COVID, among other things. And this is Rand Paul. Here's part of what Rand Paul had to say.
Well, our investigation has confirmed that he did indeed lie. He committed a felony. He said that they did not fund, that the NIH did not fund gain-of-function, dangerous research in China. We now know that to be untrue. We know he committed a felony. But what we've discovered now is that there was a massive cover-up from the very beginning. There was a behind-the-scenes effort to change the opinion of people. Many of the Fauci colleagues all believed that the virus did come from the lab. Their opinions were all changed, but then all evidence was then covered up.
Yeah. I mean, whether it was within Fauci's agency or whether it was on Twitter, whether it was on social media. Of course, I told you long ago about the Great Barrington Declaration, where they said that these lockdowns are going to be disastrous for kids and society, and they shouted you down. And they said that you were trying to kill people. I mean, it went on and on and on. And so what they were trying to do was distract from the lab leak theory. So when you have Rand Paul saying, and I'm air quoting here, they changed everyone's mind. Well, they really didn't.
They began using burner phones. They began using couriers. They said, we can't do things electronically. I can take things by hand to his house. It sounds more like the CIA than the NIH, but it's unbelievable the amount of things that went on. They say, oh, we're safe now. I've deleted all those emails. I think we're safe now. What in the world would they actually mean by we think we're safe now?
Yeah, well, what they meant, of course, was that they were safe because they had covered up their tracks to the point where they didn't feel like they would be exposed. But everyone knows that they were exposed. So not only did they lie about its origins, there was also this massive cover-up. And anybody who had a dissenting opinion, they were destroyed. Their credibility was destroyed, targeted by Dr. Anthony Fauci. And the Great Barrington Declaration, to me, is one of the best examples where you had highly respected doctors, highly respected scientists. They came out and they said, you're going to lock people down and you're going to cause more problems than COVID will cause. And they were targeted by, as I like to say, they were targeted by Anthony Fauci's henchmen. One more audio bite very quickly from Rand Paul. The question is...
So there was a massive cover-up, and there's so many people that need to be interviewed in addition to Fauci. We have David Morenz, who worked for him for 20 years. We have the FOIA lady, the woman at the IT woman at NIH, who was explaining to them how to avoid FOIA and how to break the law. She needs to be deposed.
Yep.
There's all kinds of stones that could be unturned, but ultimately the buck stops with Anthony Fauci. He was in charge of the place, and he has the responsibility not only for the cover-up, but also responsibility for letting dangerous research go on that led to a pandemic, in all likelihood led to a pandemic that killed millions of people.
Now, one of the big questions is, should Dr. Anthony Fauci be prosecuted? Details straight ahead at 7:54 right now on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for My Patriot Supply. Listen, friends, I've never really considered myself a prepper, but I'm learning with my friends at My Patriot Supply. Now, again, I'm a guy that, simply put, cares deeply about his country and his family. That is why I order emergency food from My Patriot Supply. Now, every day we do see stories about America under attack. China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, all of these various nations, they are threatening our infrastructure. America is vulnerable, but you know what I like to say. Yes, America is vulnerable. That doesn't mean that you have to be. Order emergency food from My Patriot Supply at preparewithmandis.com. You'll be ready for anything. Again, that's preparewithmandis.com to order that emergency food from My Patriot Supply. Right now, a great deal going on at preparewithmandis.com. Their 3-month emergency food kits are $200 off. Now, that means that you can stock up because they're $200 off each. Save big with preparewithmandis.com. This food does last for 25 years. You don't have to be a prepper to be prepared. So protect your family with emergency food from My Patriot Supply. 3-month emergency food kits. This month only $200 off each. Stock up today. Preparewithmandis.com. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
It's 8 o'clock on the dot this Monday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Metro police officers and detectives on the scene in North Nashville, shutting down the Star Market after a prolonged disruption of quality of life in this area, according to the Metro Police Department's post to X. They say there are too many drug deals, gunshots, fighting, and drunkenness at this particular business, so the court has ordered action under Tennessee's public nuisance law, shutting down the Star Market. Later this morning, part of 2nd Avenue reopens to traffic for the first time since the Christmas Day bombing 4 years ago. And can't rule out a pop-up shower or two today before more widespread rain later this week. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. In Mexico.
Desde aquí te decimos, presidente, gracias.
Claudia Sheinbaum, the projected next president of Mexico, the nation's first woman to hold that office. Matt Gutman reports it comes in the shadow of cartel violence during voting.
You've seen more than 230 people killed as a result of election-related violence. The reality of 2024 in Mexico is that if you are involved in politics, you are certainly putting your life on the line. And I should say where this violence is taking place. It is largely taking place at the municipal level, not at the state level. And the reason why it's happening at the municipal level is because that is the first level of government that organized crime needs to control in order to operate with impunity.
Claudia Sheinbaum was the former mayor of Mexico City, guiding that city through the pandemic. And speaking of the pandemic, in our nation's capital today, former government health official Dr. Anthony Fauci will face questions about COVID, social distancing, masking, and remote schooling, and whether guidance on those issues approved by the CDC director was based on science. New numbers in new polls out after the conviction of former President Trump on charges of falsifying business records to hide hush money payments to an adult film star. Here's ABC News political director Rick Klein.
Among independents, 26% say they are now less likely to vote for Trump. That is a big chunk of the critical voters. And among Republicans, it's a smaller number, 11%. But still, if you think about it, 1 in 10 Republicans saying they are less likely to vote for Donald Trump.
Former President Trump vowing to appeal, saying on Friday that bad people had levied the case and charges against him. Meanwhile, President Biden's son, Hunter Biden's in a federal courtroom this morning for jury selection, accused of illegally buying guns while he was addicted to drugs. And in 3 days, we mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day, the day in 1944 when Allied forces stormed in Normandy, France to liberate Europe during World War II. Special flights carrying surviving veterans to France for the annual ceremony, including Jake Larson of Georgia.
I'm the luckiest man in the world. I'm 101 years old without an acre of pain.
The armed forces included about 16.5 million men and women in all. Today, according to the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, less than 1% of them still alive. Market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures up 9, S&P up 17, NASDAQ up 103. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Welcome on into your Monday, June 3rd. Congressman Scott DesJarlais is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline right now. Congressman, thank you for joining us. Man, there's so much going on. I want to play you some audio. I've been going on and on this morning about how Dr. Anthony Fauci, Dr. Evil is one of the things that I would call him, but he is going to testify today in front of a House investigatory committee. I want to play you a piece of audio, though. This is, I want to get your response on it. Maria Bartiromo had Senator Rand Paul on, and she asked a question about whether or not Dr. Anthony Fauci should be prosecuted. Listen.
Do you believe if President Trump were to win, should there be a prosecution of Dr. Anthony Fauci?
What I'm asking President Trump and what I hope he will offer is access to all of the records. Right now, the NIH is withholding records. They're withholding records more so than the CIA or the FBI. They have completely withheld all records of the decision-making process on whether or not this research was dangerous or gain of function. So I hope Trump will open the books. I hope Trump will say, you can look at everything and that my committee will be allowed to investigate this thoroughly because we've been hampered by the Biden administration. I think if he does that, he'll go a long way towards getting some voters who are still skeptical about the lockdowns and about the Trump administration's reaction to the virus, who want to see more strength and more opposition to the deep state within the public health administration.
There's a long way to go for Rand Paul to not really answer the question about whether or not Fauci should be prosecuted. Congressman, let me ask this. I know that by and large, the investigation is about the origins of COVID. What are they hoping to accomplish with all of this?
Oh, we need to learn from our mistakes, for one thing. There were a tremendous number of mistakes made throughout the process, whether it was vaccination, what drugs could be used, what couldn't be. And I think the public kind of fell victim to government overreach in this case. But if there was gain-of-function research being funded by the United States through Wuhan lab or other places, there's a lot of, I think, legal implications, because if you remember all the damage the pandemic did to our economy, to people's businesses. People went out of business, never got back. There was all kinds of misspent money. There's certainly people who died for various reasons, sometimes directly because of the virus, sometimes because of the treatment or lack of treatment for the virus. So this has a lot of implications, and I don't want to call it armchair quarterbacking, but like I said, I think we've learned things through the pandemics. I think we made a lot of mistakes during the pandemics, and when this happens, or if it happens again, we need to do it better. But I think it's extremely important that we know the truth and facts about what went on, and hopefully that some of that will come out today.
Congressman, and I agree with you, mistakes were made, but I think there's a lot of corruption as well. And part of what I hope the conversation is that Dr. Anthony Fauci, and as I like to call them, his henchmen, they went out to discredit very credible scientists, Great Barrington Declaration and so forth, where they were sounding the alarm on the negative impacts of the lockdowns, and they went after these scientists to try to destroy their credibility. And you're right, absolutely right. Mistakes were made, but there is also a lot of corruption. That's not a mistake, that's corruption.
Right. And when you see kids on a basketball court wearing masks, where they tell you to go outside where it's safe, and then you're playing soccer with masks on, or that the elderly were the most vulnerable. So when a vaccination came out, I was for vaccinating the elderly, but vaccine mandates I was never for. I thought it should have been your own choice. And they were vaccinating military-age people, young people, and there's no doubt been cardiac repercussions and things that are proven and things that we don't even know are going to happen yet. So all that's important to know. But when they were forced vaccinating people, that's a real problem. That's not a free country, and people should have been able to make some of their own decisions. So, I think that there were so many missteps. And as a physician, I never looked at this as a political issue. I looked at it as a medical issue. I know my Facebook post got censored and banned multiple times, and I feel like everything that they ever censored on my Facebook, it was later proven correct. And so things like that really sow mistrust among the public.
All right, moving on. We've got, of course, the guilty verdict. I have not yet spoken to you regarding the guilty verdict that happened last week. Do you have any any reaction? Do you have any predictions? Where does this whole thing go next?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't think it's going to change the hearts and minds of many Trump supporters. It looked like a sham trial from the judge to the district attorney, prosecutors, everyone that campaigned on bringing Trump down. I guess what strikes me about this was Hillary Clinton at the same time lied about using campaign funds to fund the Steele dossier, got the Russians involved, got the British spies involved, got the DOJ, FBI, Crossfire Hurricane, so on and so forth. We all know the story. And what ended up happening to her, I believe, was some type of a Federal Elections Commission or FEC fine. Well, the same thing here with Trump. 8 years later, coincidentally, during an election year, while he's the front runner, he's sitting in a courtroom on basically an issue of whether he mishandled business records that should have been an FEC violation like Clinton's were determined to be. And instead, they turned what were misdemeanors somehow into a felony charge and successfully rounded up a jury of not his peers in a district area that he lost 90% of the vote, have a judge that's anti-Trump, a daughter that works for the DNC, and we get a guilty verdict on all 34 counts, and now they're talking sentencing 4 days before the Republican convention that could potentially keep Trump from even attending. He could be on house arrest, he could be in jail, and I think most people are going to view this as a banana republic type thing where the Biden DOJ has taken out his top opponent.
Well, you're in the swamp, Congressman. I know that you're surrounded by, of course, Republicans, but how is the swamp by and large? I mean, it's a very Democrat area where Washington, D.C. is. What are the Democrats saying? I mean, are they understanding that the American people are watching this and they do believe that it is unfair and that they do believe that it is a banana republic?
I think most of them right now are thinking it's a campaign hit. We got a convicted felon running for president, and they're going to sing that from the rooftops. That's already been a strategy that's out there. They all probably know this is going to be overturned on appeal because of just the way it was handled. Not just the jury, but the judge and what was allowed and what wasn't allowed in the trial. It was so irregular and unprecedented that I think that this will get overturned, but it'll be after the election. So their purpose was simply almost like an October surprise in June to have a president convicted of a felony. Meanwhile, we still, Hunter Biden starting his things, but they're trying to get to the big guy, and that's probably not going to happen. Trump's other cases aren't going to happen. So these are really just political warfare campaign type hits, but I think the Democrats will go along with it. He's guilty now, and he's going to be guilty until proven innocent by appeal. So I think they'll use it against him in the campaign. Deep down in their hearts, do they think it was a joke? Probably. If they would be honest with me, I'll check with some of my friends that are more moderate and see what they say.
8:15, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Congressman Scott DesJarlais is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Congressman, going to ask you about Joe Biden. Looks like he's going to provide amnesty for over 300,000 illegal aliens. That story is straight ahead. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. 8:16, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Congressman Scott DesJarlais is joining us. And the headline from the New York Post, Biden administration offering, and this is an air quote, and the headline, mass amnesty to migrants as it quietly terminates 350,000 asylum cases, according to sources. And so basically what they're doing is that they haven't been granted or denied asylum. Their cases are basically just terminated without a decision on the merits of their asylum claim. And so what this ultimately means is that they don't have to check in with immigration authority. They can just, as I've said, it feels like thousands of times, they just dissolve into society. This is amnesty for all of these illegal aliens.
Right. And Biden's thought process, 350,000 Democratic voters.
Yep.
But, this automatically qualifies them for SNAP. That's one thing I've been arguing about when we did the Farm Bill markup last week. Any immigrant or illegal immigrant that comes into this country that's 18 or under automatically qualifies for the SNAP program. Anyone seeking asylum that's granted asylum qualifies for the SNAP program. So here we are giving free education, free food, free health care, all this to people that are not here legally, where the rest of the people are struggling and our debt continues to spiral. But this is probably going to be his least popular decision since writing off billions in student loans, offending everyone who ever paid for their own student loans, including myself. I mean, it's an issue that makes people angry, but he thinks it's a way to get young voters, and I guess amnesty is a way to potentially get illegal voters. And the border crisis continues to spiral out of control, as we see with literally, I don't even know how many million people are in this country illegally. When I came into office, they were guessing it was 10 or 11 million. And now, I'm guessing it's upward to 20 or 30 million, which is 10% of our total population.
Well, and just like you're talking about the student debt debacle of Joe Biden, but, just like that, where it's like every couple of weeks, Biden is forgiving many, many more millions of dollars in student loan debt. I wonder if this is just the first of many cases where Biden is just going to come in and he's got, another 300,000, another 400,000 of these folks that he is going to basically grant amnesty to. This could be just the first of many because, there's millions of people that are here illegally. We don't even know how many people are here illegally. And I mean, it seems to me like whether it is the paying off of this student loan debt, which is incredibly unpopular, allowing all of these illegals to continuously come into our country, then give them amnesty. There's really, I think the American people right now feel rather helpless.
Yeah, and interestingly, I just got back from it was a Armed Services Codel to South America, where we're looking at Chinese influence in various countries like Argentina and Chile and Colombia and in Panama. But what's kind of fascinating, where most of the illegals are crossing through Colombia because Colombia attaches to Panama, and of course Panama is just a bridge into Latin America and then on up to Mexico. But the Venezuelan immigrants in Colombia were a huge problem. They also have like 1 million Venezuelans that are in Colombia. But what they noted there, they have a better grasp on it as a government than we do. They see the Chinese that are coming through and the Venezuelans that are coming through. Panama doesn't really have a place to keep them, but they're all aware of the threat. And that's the thing we worry about most in America. I mean, we need an orderly immigration process. We all know that. But what about the bad actors? And we're talking, 40, 50,000 Chinese that they've seen coming through Colombia. And it's like, how do they get there and what does it cost? It can cost upward to $40,000. And I said, how do they afford it? And they said the families will come together and send one person and get them there. And because of chain migration, if they can get one member of their family into the United States with our chain migration policy, then in comes mom and dad, sister, brother, cousins, uncles. And so they're paying tremendous amounts of money. But as we know, it's a big business. They have different bracelets trying to get through the Darien Gap there from Colombia into Panama. And they pay different amounts depending on whether they walk, whether they go on mule, whether they go by boat. But both Panama and Colombia seem to understand the national threat of violent criminals. They're trying to use biometrics to see whether there's anybody that we are aware of. But if you don't have American records of criminals, then the biometrics don't do much good. But they are able to send some bad actors back, but it's a minuscule, 1%.
Yeah. But
I mean, just through the Darien Gap last year into Panama, over 500,000-600,000 people came through, and they said, hey, there's bad actors here, and it's not really their problem because they keep migrating north, but they understand it and they see the threat. It seems better than our own current administration who denies that, it's a problem.
I don't remember where you were on this whole banning of TikTok thing. I know that Congressman Mark Green and Senator Marsha Blackburn, they've sort of been leading the charge, and I've interviewed both of them about this. I'm also honest and let everybody know I wasn't a big fan of banning TikTok. However, Trump himself tried to ban TikTok years ago, advocated for it. Now he's on TikTok. So I personally, I think it's a smart move for the president. He's doing, or the former president, because he's going to where the younger voters are. And again, it's an interesting dynamic because a lot of Republicans want TikTok banned. Where do you stand on all that?
I think what the biggest issue on the whole TikTok ban was that we wanted it to be an American entity, not a Chinese entity. So we wanted TikTok to be sold and be American owned, so there was better guardrails on it. So that's where I came down on that. Was that yes, let's we don't have to get rid of TikTok, but let's have it controlled by an American entity.
And what do you think of Trump being on TikTok and going to those younger voters? Pretty smart move?
Well, right now it's a free-for-all. We got an election just, 5 months away, and every vote counts, and we've got to deal with, we still have to deal with issues in Atlanta and Philadelphia and Maricopa County, and we want to make sure that we're in the game and we're out getting the votes and voting early, and it's going to take all those things. We've got to play like the Democrats do. We've got to, if harvesting ballots is legal in certain areas, we need to beat them at their own game. So if Trump can get the young voters on TikTok, then he needs to get all the votes he can get in all the different places he can get them.
Man, you are spot on that. I appreciate you calling in. Congressman Scott DesJarlais joining us here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And I agree with the congressman where, ballot harvesting where it's legal, we need to play like the Democrats do. We need to do everything we can to get out early voting, ballot harvesting as best we can under the law. Everything we need to do, really, honestly, from months ago through to November 5th, we need to do everything we can to get out the vote. I was arguing with somebody the other day about, at the Glock store, actually, because he said that he wasn't going to vote in November. And he said that it didn't matter in Tennessee because Tennessee is going to be red. And I do understand that. A number of people have said that to me over the years. But I think that the popular vote also matters. And so when you want to make a statement and you want to say, you know what, not only did Donald Trump win the electoral vote, but he won the popular vote by, whatever it might be, millions of votes. I think that if you don't believe that your vote matters because you know that Tennessee is going to go red, I still believe that there is strength in numbers. There is a purpose for Republicans, and that purpose has to be that the popular vote is so incredibly strong for Donald Trump that there's no way that they can cheat. However, we'll have to wait and see, but please vote. That's what I'm saying. 824, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Friends, if you are running a fast-growing business here in Nashville, listen up. NetSuite's Business Grows Here event is coming to Nashville on Tuesday, June 25th. You don't want to miss it because Nashville is one of those it cities, and this is a place where business happens. And NetSuite knows that. NetSuite knows that Nashville is a hub for entrepreneurs with forward-thinking founders, a top talent pool, and pro-business leadership. Now, you can apply to attend the business event of the year, Business Grows Here, taking place at the Conrad Hotel on Tuesday, June 25th. Now, some of those speakers include Jamie Simonoff, founder of Ring Video Doorbell, and Burke Nihill, CEO of the Tennessee Titans. NetSuite by Oracle Business Grows Here is free to attend if you qualify. Apply right now to find out because seats are going quickly. Mark your calendars. Again, that is going to be Tuesday, June 25th. Apply right now. That website, netsuite.com/Nashville, netsuite.com/Nashville. 826 on Nashville's Morning News. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the 8:30 newscast?
Wait till you hear who is with Hunter Biden at his gun charges trial in Delaware, coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price At checkout, you don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
$8:29 on WTN. Window Nation is in the middle of another great deal. They've actually extended their great deal from last month. So now, for a limited time only, Window Nation, they have a great deal going on right now. 50% off all windows, along with 0% interest for 5 years, plus an additional bonus savings offer when you schedule an appointment today and you tell them that Dan Mandis told you to reach out. It is Window Nation's semi-annual sale going on right now. They want to save you a ton of money. Again, get 50% off all windows, 0% interest for 5 years, and a bonus savings offer when you schedule your appointment today. So call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Get your fast, no obligation, in-home consultation right now with the pros at Window Nation. It is really easy. Just call them, 866-90-NATION. Remember, this is the company that I'm utilizing to put new windows in my kitchen and bedroom. That's because I was so incredibly impressed with the windows they put in downstairs in my basement studio. So again, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
$8:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Right now in North Nashville, police have raided and padlocked a business where a judge says there are too many drug deals, gunshots, fighting, and drunkenness. It's Star Market on Buchanan Street. Also, later this morning, part of 2nd Avenue downtown reopens to traffic for the first time since the Christmas Day bombing 4 years ago. We're looking for a pop-up shower or two today before more widespread rain later in the week. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now in Wilmington, Delaware, President Biden's son Hunter Biden's in a courtroom for jury selection in his federal trial on gun charges. And First Lady Jill Biden is with him for support. NBC reporting witnesses who may be called to testify include Hunter Biden's ex-wife, Kathleen Buell, as well as the late Beau Biden's wife, with whom Hunter Biden had a relationship after his brother died. And new numbers and new polls out after the conviction of former President Trump on charges of falsifying business records to hide hush money payments to an adult film star. Here's ABC News political director Rick Klein.
50% of Americans in our poll with Ipsos say that they think this is the right verdict. Only 27% saying they don't think it's the correct verdict, the right outcome. And almost half of the country thinks that Trump should actually end his campaign based on just this.
Now, among independents in this poll, 26% say they are now less likely to vote for former President Trump. And right now in Mexico, celebrations where Claudia Sheinbaum is projected to be the first woman elected president in Mexico. Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. 2 minutes now into the new trading day. Let's see where we stand. Right now, the Dow is up 22, S&P up 18, NASDAQ up 122. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 8:33 on Super Talk 99.7. Listen, everybody's house is different, but they're all the same in one way. We've all got those places where the Wi-Fi simply won't go. Now, for you, maybe it's the attic. For others, maybe it's the basement. Well, listen. If you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you could worry less about these dead spots and just enjoy the internet. With wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you get fast speeds throughout your home, a reliable connection in every room, and power for all your devices, even when everyone is online. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only from Xfinity. And new customers right now learn how you can save $1,000 over T-Mobile in your first year with Connect Internet and Xfinity Mobile. Switch today. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 1-800-XFINITY, Xfinity.com, or stop into a store today. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Compares promotional pricing for Xfinity Connect Internet and 2 Unlimited Plus mobile lines versus T-Mobile Home Internet and 2 Magenta Plan lines. Equipment not included. After promo, regular rates apply. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. $8:39, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Four Amigos. I'm Dan. Chris is here. Good morning, Chris.
Hey, good morning.
Mason's here in for JB. Hello, Mason.
Good morning.
Okay.
It was a little delayed.
You know, a little slow on the uptake, Mason. Come on, man.
Hey, I've been there all morning. You should be expecting it by now.
Barely.
Yeah.
Brother Mason bringing that fire.
Barely on time.
Slow and steady always wins the race, said no one ever. I'm just kidding. And
it's never been effective.
And Ken Weaver is here as well. Good
Ken's
morning,
back.
Ken. Ken is back.
Good morning, boys. Yes.
We missed you, Ken.
Ken and I had
I missed you, boys. Yes.
Very deep conversation in the kitchen. By the way, all of this brought to you by My Patriot Supply, preparewithmandis.com. Ken and I had a very deep, meaningful conversation in the kitchen about how glad he was to be back.
Yeah. And again, I want to say it was in the kitchen, not the bathroom.
Exactly right. It was in the kitchen. And yeah, Ken is kind of got that vacation fog.
Yeah. I'm still lighting fires out in the woods.
That's exactly right. You didn't get the picture of Ken, Chris, where he sent Johnny and I a picture. He's in front of a fire, smoking a big old fat stogie.
Yeah,
the cigar.
I would have welcomed the picture.
I didn't light the fire with my stogie though. That's what I should have done.
Ken doesn't like you.
I know. Ken doesn't text me.
I'm just kidding.
I thought we were boys. I didn't get any vacation pics.
We are, Brother Chris.
Hey, by the way,
I just didn't want to bother you with nonsense.
I like nonsense.
I listen to you for 3 hours a day. There's a lot of nonsense there. Totally kidding.
Dang.
I got to tell you, man, I loved our Glock store appearance yesterday.
Dude, that was so
Saturday,
much fun.
Saturday.
So much fun.
It was fun. And you know what I notice is, because oftentimes you meet the same folks, there are a lot of new people that were coming up yesterday. Some people that I have not met before.
Yeah, we had a crowd. It was a pretty cool event.
It was.
The guys at the Glock store do a good job.
They do. It was good. You and Matt gave really good speeches, and I basically gave 15 seconds of awkward, and then I threw it to you.
Well, I felt that I was pretty awkward too.
No, you were great.
I felt like I was just as awkward.
If I'm on stage, everyone else is safe because I'm going to be the lowest common denominator of awkwardity.
I like Brother Chris's shirt.
Oh yeah. I wore my Free Trump shirt.
Free Trump. That's right.
The mugshot shirt.
Hey, okay, so Trump is on TikTok. I want to know what everybody thinks. Ken may say that he only covers the news, but Trump is now on TikTok. Do you think that his new handle should be Donald Trump convicted felon?
I heard you say that earlier. I thought that was actually pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't trying to be funny, but I think that would be a good idea.
I think it should be Donald Trump savage.
I like that.
Savage.
That just sounds weird.
No, man.
Savage?
Sounds cool.
Yeah.
Do you think that really sounds cool? Donald Trump savage?
Yeah.
Is that like a young?
It's young and it's hip.
Is that young and hip?
It's very TikTok.
Look what he's up against,
is it?
man.
Okay. All right.
And look what he's up against. I mean, he's up against federal prosecutors and judges who have, well, and in this case, state prosecutors and judges who have unlimited resources.
Boy, they sure do. They sure do, don't they? When did that smile happen?
That was right after he did the press conference, and he was walking out the little White House address on "Nobody's above the law." He looked like a demon.
Yes,
it is a creepy video, man.
It is. He looks creepy. He looks evil, and the obvious thing to say is, with Biden saying no one is above the law. Unless you're an illegal alien, unless you're protesting George Floyd, unless you steal only $999.99 worth of merchandise. I mean,
Anthony Fauci.
Oh, God, don't get me going on Anthony Fauci. First monologue of the show, I almost blew like this blood vessel thing right here. It just, I mean, it almost went finally.
The thing that really annoys me about the Anthony Fauci stuff is it's like, oh, wow, now it's headline news. Now we're allowed to say this, but 2 years ago you were banned off of the internet for saying that.
Right. That's exactly right. And my thing is...
Or fired.
Yeah.
Or fired, and that's the thing. So now, what's going to happen? I guarantee you what's going to happen. You're going to have all kinds of back and forth, fiery audio. You're going to have Republicans really taking Anthony Fauci to task. He didn't care. And he's going to go back home to Connecticut or wherever it is that he lives, and nobody's going to suffer any consequences or ramifications for, number one, he lying under oath. That's number one. And, I mean, Rand Paul was talking about how he's already perjured himself, and he'll probably perjure himself again. But I don't think anybody's going to arrest him like they're arresting Donald Trump. I mean, they're just... So apparently Dr. Anthony Fauci is above the law.
And who caused more damage, Donald Trump or Anthony Fauci?
Fauci.
Yeah.
Fauci.
Easy.
Although everybody will say, yeah, but he was working for Trump. I get that. I get that. But here's the thing. Number one, Trump never mandated the vaccines. That was Joe Biden.
Yep.
That's number one. And number two, and it's a kind of an unpopular thing to say, but Trump did come up with the 2 vaccines. Depends on your perspective as to whether or not that was a good thing or a bad thing. But Trump, by and large, I mean, his whole thing was it should be your choice. Biden is the one that came out and he mandated those vaccines. But for me, for Fauci, part of that is a lot of the censorship and a lot of the people like me. I was on the air at the time and others. And we just, you know, we brought up things like the Great Barrington Declaration, the issues with the lockdowns, what they were going to do with kids. And I've been doing talk radio for a long time. I have never seen a situation where something was so obvious to me, yet the elites like Fauci and others would just, you know, ban you from talking about it, and the social media companies as well.
Yeah.
And you're just told that you were trying to kill people. It is insane.
Unless you were protesting for Floyd. If you were protesting the lockdowns, you were trying to kill people. If you were protesting for Floyd, you were a freedom fighter.
That was so crazy.
And you didn't have to wear your mask.
Exactly.
You remember that here in Nashville, where they had all of these, George Floyd protesters, and it was all about equity and all these kinds of things, and they come out to the park. I forget which park it was, but we were in the middle of lockdowns, and Black Lives Matter and all this nonsense, and nobody's wearing masks. It was the most insane thing. And Ken, you missed it. We were having fun with Robert De Niro last week because he walks into this crowd of New Yorkers wearing a mask. Nobody else is wearing a mask, but Robert De Niro
I didn't see that.
is wearing a. Oh my gosh. We had so much fun with that.
De Niro's an idiot.
Well, he is an idiot. He is an idiot. Now, Chris, I played it earlier. You've got the. Yep. I played it, I think it was in the 6 o'clock hour. The Trump campaign has released a very funny AI Robert De Niro. And it is hysterical. Guys, you know that I played it earlier, and it was really funny. So Chris will play that coming up during his show, which you have. What else is coming up today?
Well, Savannah Hernandez was supposed to be on the show Friday. She had an issue that she couldn't make it. She's going to be on the show today. She has a fascinating report on how illegal aliens are obtaining licenses, social security numbers, bank accounts. You can rent a bank account. You can rent an Uber Eats account. You can rent a Lyft account to be able to use it and make money. She's uncovered all of this on Facebook.
When you say rent a bank account, just open up a bank account.
No. Rent someone's bank account.
Rent a bank account?
Yes. So that way you can have checks deposited in there under someone else's name.
So if I wanted to do a side hustle, I could find some illegal aliens, open up a bank account for them.
You could open up an account, like an Uber account on Facebook, and you can rent it out to an illegal alien for $25.
Interesting.
That is insanity.
She's found these groups on Facebook that have 70,000 people, 100,000 people, 200,000 people, all happening on Facebook.
Nobody's above the law.
Nobody's above the law unless you're Mark Zuckerberg. But it's crazy because, when Trump went to the Libertarian National Convention, He said that we should commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht. He was the creator of the Silk Road website. The Silk Road got him a life sentence because they said you're selling drugs. Well, he never actually sold drugs. He just created the website. So you look at what Facebook is doing. Mark Zuckerberg just created the website.
Yep.
But illegal aliens are buying IDs and buying social security numbers and buying Uber accounts. Is he above the law? Shouldn't he be charged if you're following the same kind of justification for Ross Ulbricht?
By the way, we could probably do an entire hour on, no one is above the law unless you're ... Yep. And we could just go down the list. I mean, we talked about Fauci. Friday, I talked about the Clintons, Bill and Hillary. The Clintons, they had Whitewater. They had the millions for Haiti, which never made it to the Haitian people. Where's Paula Jones and why can't she? And the myriad of other women that Bill Clinton is accused of sexually assaulting. I mean, we're all those people. And why can't, we find a judge and take them out?
What about Obama? Think about a drone bomb some kids.
That's pretty good, Obama.
That is pretty good. Do that again.
If I'm going to drone bomb some kids.
Can you do an Obama voice? Never underestimate Biden's ability to F things up. You don't have to use the word.
No. I don't think I'm that good. I feel like it's a lot of pressure now.
I was like, I got the dump Britain ready. I'm just saying.
Now you're putting pressure on him, brother Dan.
Don't pressure me.
Listen, you open the door, man. I'm just saying.
It's got to come naturally, brother Dan.
It's got to flow.
Al Gore is another one. Somebody says Al Gore. So unless you're Al Gore, somebody remind me what Al Gore did that is illegal. Maybe I don't remember what Al Gore did.
Well, he danced to the Macarena.
Yeah, that should have been made illegal.
It's criminal.
Especially when you're Al Gore, man. Thumbs out and the whole thing.
I don't know. He's trying to destroy the world through green energy and climate change.
Throw him in jail.
He did create the internet.
Yes, he created it.
He did. You know what? If there was
invented it. That's what he said. He invented it.
If there was a Hall of Fame for political lies, I think that is definitely one of them. The Hall of Fame for political lies. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor.
Yeah.
And
that was a good one.
Let's see. I did not touch that woman. Is that what it was with Monica Lewinsky? And I invented the internet.
What about Clinton's I didn't inhale?
Clinton's I didn't inhale. Yeah. Another great one. I don't know what what are the Hall of Fame of political lies? What else is there?
The thing is that we have to come up with these off the top because if you Google it, it's just going to be a hit piece on Trump.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We have to keep our notes.
There's one of, the ones that's always gone down in infamy is the I am not a crook from Nixon.
Oh, sure.
That's a big one.
What Nixon did compared to what this president is doing now is night and day.
Gosh, yeah.
Read my lips, I will not raise taxes. Yep, that's the one everybody's bringing that up.
Yeah, that got him.
Obama. 8523, your Obama sounds like Yogi Bear.
That's pretty similar.
Never underestimate Biden's ability to F things up.
Hey, boo-boo, the economy's in the toilet.
Hey, boo-boo, the economy is poo-poo. Okay, so anyway, I guess that's it. I guess we're done.
Somebody flush it. Pull the plug. Do it, Mason. Send us out of our misery.
No, you're stuck here.
No, we're going to stuck with another minute 45 of bad Yogi Bear. We got to go, man. All right.
Oh, hold on. 8523 brought up Cannibals ate Uncle Bozy.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Ooh,
my God. I mean, if we start talking about the Hall of Fame of political lies, there has to be an entire wing just for Joe Biden.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
And the list of neighborhoods he was raised in.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, Bidenisms.
Bidenisms. Biden, he is just like, they would need to build a whole new Hall of Fame just for Joe Biden.
Yep.
I mean, you could talk about the Amtrak rides. You could talk about were you or were you not part of the civil rights movement?
Do you boys follow the meme account U.S. Ministry of Truth on Twitter?
I think I do.
They put out a fake headline over the weekend. I tweeted it out for my account at Chris And on Air. It said, Joe Biden announces at annual Pride event that he grew up gay in the 1950s.
That's funny.
So good.
Hey, it's Pride Month, man. That may still come.
I was going to say, it's early yet.
Could very well slip out of the president's mouth.
Anybody else want to hear more Yogi Bear? Or are we done with that?
I feel like Yogi Bear has been eaten by cannibals at this point.
I feel like we need.
It's time to wrap it up in a picnic basket. Move on.
I feel like we need the plunger.
All right, very good.
Need a plunger sound effect here.
All right, very good. 8:53, Chris Hand is coming up next on WTN. Dan Mand is here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof, and this means that the insurance company is going to depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. That could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at Kickin Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they pay for it to be replaced, period. Now, with Kickin Associates Insurance, it is that kind of focus on customer service that does make these folks one of the best insurance companies around. So call them at 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Get your royal review, tkinginsurance.com. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionality, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.